Hello everyone. How are you guys doing? I'm doing fine. I'm as you know, I'm Frankie. Nice to meet you. Nice that everyone has come here. We're going to be playing like the final case of Stuffer case. Yeah, it sounds like very alliterative. I really like this game. It's one of the best games I played. One of the best mystery games I played. Other games I have played a lot. You know, I've been thinking. I might buy like this thing called Jabber or Jibber Jabber or whatever. Because I want to like try something. You know? I'm a tiny guy, and I want I wanted to play as like Ace Attorney with like someone. So I might use one. I must use that one. I might use that as instead of like my other setup to have like what's her name, HR around. We need more HR in our lives. I believe we need more HR in our lives. So anyway, chat, is anyone here? I just want to have a confirmation before we start. Hello, Frank. Hello, Frankie. Hi, Frankie. I love you, Frankie. Anything works. You're smelly, Frankie. You know, you can send me whatever. Okay, whatever. I will assume that you're here, but you don't want to talk right now. Very sad, very sad. Let me see. It's going to be a long night, so I will start. You know, it can be funny if I have like I've been thinking I need a secondary person to talk while I do this, and I think that having something like that will work. Okay, time for the game. Time for some game. Wait, what's this? Thank you, Brian, for that thingy. One final thing. Okay, let's go. To the inspector of a Kimbo investigation agency. Ma'am, this is not Trick's writing. I arrived in London without incident. It's after I arrived when the incidents started piling up. I almost got kicked out of the office for not being a staffer. I'm regretting not looking up more about this place before setting out. Thankfully, they decided not to kick me out of the building and threw me straight into a murder case investigation instead. There was a murder at a circus located in a place called Trump Tower. The victim was the real leader, and the suspects were none other than 3 employees. Everyone from the victim to the suspect were staffers. There was the clown Julia Geller, the magician Frederick Vernon, the acrobat Oz Aston, and the victim ringleader Jean Henry Hodin. In the end, the murder turned out to be Julia Geller. None other than the clown Julia Geller. She fooled everyone about her skill in order to remain at the circus, leading to her being assaulted by the ringleader. However, her reason for murdering the victim was because he was intending to sell the circus. For the troupe members of the Trump Towers, the circus wasn't just a job, it was the only community they could belong to. After all, they're all staffers. In London, the Bureau sends threat ratings to all staffers, putting limits on how they can live their lives, and now I'm part of their very organization. I solved the case, yet I find the doubts growing larger in my mind. I plan to find out why I'm here exactly, and scout out my path forward. October 13th, 1960X, no trick case. Spectre, it's been a while, but this is not tricks writing you. I'm sorry I haven't been able to write. Work has really been piling up around here. Most of my job involves heading to paperwork and reviewing the documents, but the sergeant does take me to a few crime scenes now and again. Today I solved a crime at a rather interesting facility. Inspectors, have you heard about creatures? They're the animals that have been mutated by phenomena. The facility we investigated was a place called Woods that tended to creatures. The CEO of the company was actually eaten by one of the creatures they were there. Our suspects were the people who worked there: Vice President Nain Beck, mammal handler Kendrick Hoss, and reptile handler Lisa Moko. The person who planned out the murder was Kendrick Hoss, the mammal specialist. He has the ability to control mammals, and that includes humans as well. He uses all the people of the facility like chess pieces, with checkmate being the death of the victim. Everything to serve out the justice his dogma led him to believe was correct. During the case, I saw my colleague in a new light. I realized once more just how little I know of the people in my division. Everyone has different central belief that drives them to do this job. Do you think there will come a day when I form one too? November 25th, 1960X, no trick case. Spectre, I got a rather embarrassing news to write about this time. I made a huge mistake during today's case. This morning, they found the body at a mansion near the theater I wrote about before, and it was in a rather interesting state. The body had been cut in half, vertically. I don't believe even you've seen a body in such a state. The victim was a collector of stuff, and it was the stuff that killed him. We talked to the wife of the victim, Ella Meller, and his good friend, Willie Montag. From the information we got from Montag, we located a staff merchant who goes by the name of Seth Verding. In the end, the person who contributed the most to the victim's death was Ella Miller. Ella Miller, the victim's wife, didn't know the trigger of the stuff in the storage shed, leading her accidentally activating one and killing the victim. The victim didn't tell his wife about his stuff because Miss Miller wasn't interested in knowing. I don't really understand it, but it seems they figured that it was the way to keep their marriage going. I made a lot of mistakes during this case. Because of my own dogmatic view of the world, a colleague of mine almost got hurt. If I only kept my calm as usual, we would have been able to figure out the safer way to solve this case. Why did I let myself act out in impatience like that? Maybe because I can't stand the thought of anyone beside... Hey, hello Dredd, how are you doing? I was doing good. It might be because I can't stand the thought of anyone beside me having to suffer. December 10th, 1960X, no trick case. Inspector, I felt a pressing need to write you today. Honestly, I'm not sure if I actually sent this letter through. We solved an hour case today. I can't fill you on the specifics, but I hope you will understand. We went to an art facility to investigate the crime. One of the people there died in the most mysterious of ways. The victim lived close to a white-haired woman and a blonde-haired man. There was also a child among their suspects. Our prime suspect turned out to be the young child. As gruesome as it sounds, it was the kiss, not as clueless as ever. I can't tell you how he did it, what he did, but he still has no idea what his action led to back there. And now that I figured out what he's done, he's going to pay with his life. I saved the world though. I have discovered my purpose in this life, but I'm still not sure if it's the right thing to do or not. I hope there will come a day when I can properly explain all of this. Anyway, I got documents to finish today, so I will end my letter with this. By the time this letter arrives, it may already be the new year. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, ma'am. December 24th, 1960X, no trick case. No trick case, 221N, Dartford Road, London. From Greenfield Akimbo of the Akimbo Detective Agency, December 18th, 1960X. So this arrived before the last case, because the last case was on the 24th. No trick, I gotten each and every one of your letters. Sorry, I'm only writing you back now. Unless it was like next year. With each letter I got from you, I can see you're finding your footing out there. I do believe you will eventually find yourself. That's what I feared above all else. 10 years ago, I found you at the scene of a murder. All that hair in front of your eyes looked absolutely stifling, so I took my pen out of my pocket and pinned it out the wedge as a temporary fix. I never in my life thought you'd still be walking around with that thing stuck in your hair. You couldn't even read back then, but you figured out the case from the documents you saw. It was then that I knew it. Even though you're not Staffer, I knew you were a special boy with superhuman abilities. After all, I knew someone else like you. I was afraid someone might use those abilities for no good, so I brought you in and raised you as my own. For 10 years, I wouldn't let you set foot in town, just so those abilities of yours wouldn't blossom. That's what I did, but then the man came to see me this Easter. Is this your first time? So this is the day after the last case. Oh, he's driving! Huh? Driving to work. Is this a first? Yeah, it is, but not that I'm actually doing it. It's easier than I thought. Well, it's easier than putting an excavator through a wall, but you still look a little nervous. That's not because of the driving. It's because of everything that happened yesterday. Why did I say all of that? No. Ah, it's because of me? This is the wrong way. I know. Ah, it's right there. The place we just passed was the Trump Tower, right? That's right. That was the first case you solved with us, huh? Yes, but they took the sign down. That they did. A while back, I took a stroll around the Miller residence with Detective Brown. Miss Miller doesn't live there anymore. There's a new owner. Of course. I mean, after what happened there. You're probably right. Note, if you go straight right here, never mind. Let's go another way. Huh? Where's the parade coming from? Is there some sort of Christmas event going on? No, turn around. We're going to be late. No, we're still got loads of time. But it's good to get there early, so... No more creature food. Ban it all. Nonsense. I'm already having a hard enough time putting food on the table. How are we supposed to get by? Why pick Christmas to do all this? Are you going to take responsibility if my restaurant goes under? Is all this... Note, turn around the car. No, we still have time. Hold up a second, at least until these people pass. The man said he was the chief of investigation at the Bureau, and he knew everything there was to know. He knew that your abilities and about all the sins I committed in the past. I killed someone in London before. He held that over my head as a threat. He wanted to recruit you for the Bureau. Either way, it was your wish to go to London someday, but I needed to tell you this. You may feel like this is a betrayal. If that's the case, I don't want you to forgive me. No trick. I believe you have seen things you never wanted to lay your eyes on. Still, there are things you have yet to see. Things you can't see from where you are now. Things beyond the fog. Note. Mind if I break the silence? Huh? Aren't you consistent? Whenever I want to ask you something, that's always the response I get. If you don't like it, phrase things so I can understand them after a single listen. And what's was all that back there? Oh, Brownie! Hey, how are you doing? Thank you for the lark. Oh, is that like is your birthday today, or why do you have a cake there? What's that cake? Why do you have cake? Airplace 2023 cake. Ah, cake. Cake. Ah. Okay. I think nobody was here when nobody was here when I was talking about it. I've been thinking, you know, that I have like a little gremlin that I sometimes use, which is like a part of my let's call it content. She isn't. I don't put her around that much because it's kind of difficult to put her around at the same time. I think I have to put her as an item. I believe. Let me see. How do I put her? I forgot. No, that's backgrounds. Where is she? Where is she? Is this? There you go. This is HR, for those that don't know it. Oh, she's appeared. Oh, there we go. This is HR. Mini Nam? She's not a Nam. She's HR. I don't know what she is or what he is. Yeah, she's HR. I have her, and I think I'm planning to use this thing called Jabber because let's be real. I already played Ace Attorney. I want to play it with someone. So I will buy a new brain to HR. HR will have a brain. I will put a brain inside of this little Banoi, and she will talk to me. And I will see if it works or not. Let's see how smart it is. Can a fifth grader beat Ace Attorney? Let's see later. Right, HR? You cute little thingy. I wish I could move my hands. Me? I will just sit her like on my lap for now. I can... she's stuck. I can't sit her anywhere. She has been stuck to my... She's stuck to my shoulder. I can't do anything. There we go. I will put her right here. I will... But yeah, I need HR. HR is you know, it's a... I'm guessing anyone can understand like the joke name. It's just called Human Resources because she's made of humans. Anyways, let's continue. If you're concerned about something, ask away. Is it that obvious? Yes, very. That's also confusing. The stuff that happens in the underground was your sit on the roof, the letter I got from the inspector this morning, and all that what we saw back there. I don't have a clear answer to any of it. Yet if I think about who's lying or who's the culprit for a single moment, I have my answers. I think that particular example only applies to you, but I know what you mean. In the end, there are problems in this world that don't have clear answers. In such cases, it's not about using logic to find an answer. Instead, it's about making a choice. A choice. A choice. Come to think of it, when the cabinet secretary let Doug away yesterday, I couldn't get a word out. I think I just couldn't bear the sight of Doug any longer. But now that I'm really thinking about it, not just with the case, but with all the others, well, out of all the things concerning you, I think I can give you a clear answer about one of them. Me too. Note. Huh? I feel the same way. That's the answer to number 2. Number 2. Wait, what did I say before? I don't know what she means. You're quite consistent yourself, Sergeant. Speaking in riddles even now. Saying whatever you want before disappearing. I really like the art of the game. Hello, Billy. How are you doing? Where'd the sergeant run off to? There's only one way to the Man Affairs Division. She can be a little selfish with her actions at times, saying that and then disappearing. Are you lost? Oh, this guy. I'm fine. I'm just looking for a coworker who ditched me. Ah, okay. Good to hear. I, on the other hand, am lost. Okay, see you later, Billy. It's alright with you. Could I bother you for directions? I'm sorry. I'd like to help, but I only know my way around the investigation department. Perfect. Exactly where I'm going. Detective, if you could lead the way to the Man Affairs Division, I would be quite grateful. Okay. Quite a gentleman too. I don't seem like you belong hanging about the bureau. That's a rather awkward compliment to be getting. Right, you say your coworker ditched you, yes? Has that happened before? Not that you mentioned it, yes. The same thing happened my very first day here. I bet she's using a secret passway. There was quite a number of them in this building. In fact, there are quite a few locations here that aren't on any floor plan. After you work here for a time, you'd find that you start knowing a few things. If you happen to have a knack for exploring, you may come to know even more than that. Actually, that rooftop balcony wasn't on the floor plan either. You know more than I thought about this building. How do you know your way to investigations? I've been working elsewhere these days. I haven't been this way for around 2 years, so I think it's quite reasonable for me to lose my way. Does that mean he worked here before? Speaking of which, do you have an identification? I'm not suspecting you or anything. It's just that I got another coworker who may point her gun at you if you don't have any. I guess Tina hasn't changed then. I figure she'd have fixed that by now. You know Detective Tina? Let's just say I won't be doing identification. They all know me. The gun will be pointed all the same though. No use complicating things. Excuse me? Ah, the sergeant. You're late, Note. You just sort of disappeared, so I came to find you. You were the one who disappeared, but more importantly, we have a visitor. Note, you get over here this instant. Huh? Yet again, it's been a while. You shut your mouth. Why? After all this time, why? Are you here to kill me? Or is it that you want me to kill you? Sergeant? Neither. I have no desire to come back this way. But what am I to do after being demoted? Demoted? That's right, I've been appointed the Detective Chief Inspector. Head of full investigation on the ground floor. I look forward to working with you. What's this supposed to mean? Nonsense. You know, I'm not the one for jokes. If you got questions, I will direct them towards the previous Detective Chief Inspector. Damn it. Note, wait here, and don't speak a word to this man. Sergeant, where are you going? Sorry, I'll explain everything when I return, promise. For now, shall we head inside? I don't see... He's obviously a stuffer, but I don't see any kind of, like, thingy. Not one single thing has changed in here. This is the only room in the bureau that stinks of humans. Actually, they did take one thing down. It's too quiet to just be waiting around. I love a cup of tea. Do you think you could put the kettle on? Right, she said not to speak a word to me, huh? You listen better than I thought you might, especially considering Sergeant Redfin is only half the investigator she used to be. Half? Oh, did I get a reaction from you? Ren, are you in here? Why didn't you respond to my calls? Detective Thina. Ah, no, have you seen Bran? I've been ringing him all more... Medan. It's been a while. You shouldn't be here. I'm not here because I want to be. But having to explain this to each and every one of you is giving me a headache. Medan... Then that would make you John Medan, previously for this division. Wait, this is John... This looked like you worked here 2 years before, and both Detective Thina and the Sergeant know you. This Medan, were you a detective at the Man Affairs Division before? No. No? Then I was barking up the wrong tree. Still not bad. You got close. I am Bernard Medan. John was my little brother. Thus, when I was Chief Inspector of Operations, I was known to show my face around here. Until 2 years ago, that is. 2 years ago. There's the 2 years ago again. What happened here then? Note. Sergeant? Note. Come quickly. Pandy? What is it? Where are you? There's someone she wants to meet the chief. Wait up, Note. Well, this is like a drama. Detective Brian? Huh? What are you doing here? Why are you just standing there? Sergeant. Wait, what happened? Note. Oh shit! The chief's dead. Here's the report. On December 25th, at 9:30 in the morning, there was a murder report at the London branch of the Bureau. The victim's name is Pim Bird, former Detective Chief Inspector. The suspects, the members of the Man Affairs Division. Fuck. Would you please have a seat? You're distracting me. How am I supposed to just sit here? I feel like I've already been locked in here half a day. Can't be helped. We are the suspects now. From the state of the chief body, I say he died sometime between evening and midnight last night. That's around when we met with him. He had his brief conversation with Note in the hall. Then after that he called me, Thina, Brian into his office in that order. If this was a murder, there's no other suspect. It's obvious that the suspicious will fall on us. I've been investigating a number of murders, but I never thought I'd be directly involved in one. So this is what it feels like to be on the other side of the murder investigation. This doesn't feel like the world I have been living in. It feels like I have been dropped somewhere else. What's going to happen to us? Well, that falls on me to explain. Medan. First of all, Case, you're innocent. Well, you're not wrong, but how can you be so certain? It's just as we said. You stopped by the observed balcony before heading straight out the door. I had my eyes on you ever since you left the underground, so I can say that with certainty. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. Now I'm back. I was back. I needed a moment. Okay. Doesn't that clear the sergeant for this too? She left with me. No, we can't say for sure she was doing before her rendezvous with Beyond the Balance. Huh? What's this? Foodieland. Okay. She could have killed the victim before meeting up with you. That's impossible. Pandy has no reason to kill the chief. That's so. I don't know this man all too well, but I'm not hearing great reviews about his performance from around him. Did you not say you wish you could get rid of him at times? That may have slipped out, and I may have meant it. You also got into an altercation with the victim yesterday, did you not? That makes you our prime suspect. But I was the last one to see the chief. He was alive up to that point, so doesn't that clear thin and Sarge? We found a few pieces of stuff in the area. With those, it may have been possible to trick people about his death. Besides, there's a good possibility that whoever did it, the deed, came back to the scene of the crime to do it. Then it could have been anyone. Well, you all are our prime suspects, but there's no way to say for certain that another staffer wasn't involved. However, this isn't about finding the culprit. After all, his case is over. What? Our answer is clear. You're the only ones we got in charge of investigation, and we can't let the suspect carry out the investigation. We can't exactly let the police inside the bureau, and it would be rather inefficient to bring in another department. So I'll ask my question, and we will wrap it up. That goes for the case and the Man Affairs Division. What's that supposed to mean? You're being dismissed, all of you. What? Where's this coming from, all of us, all the sudden? It's not sudden at all. This whole department is inefficient. We held a meeting and unanimously voted to dismantle your department. This can't be. Catching us off guard like this. No, it can't end like this. Yet again, you're boring us. Just like you did 2 years ago. If... Damn it. If you're curious about finding out the truth, I won't stop you from investigating. It should be rather simple for you, no? All you need to do is lay one finger on the chief, buddy. Look here, you know about that. What does he mean by lay one finger on the body? Oh, you don't know? I thought you two were close. I thought I do understand why she wouldn't tell you. You're forcing my hand. Originally, I was going to pick the proper time and place to explain everything. Sergeant, note, here you go. This is... Pandoria... Let me see this. Contact memory reading. Unable to obtain visual information from inanimate objects. But she has been having information from inanimate objects all this time. No! Oh! Unable to obtain visual information. So, actually, if she touched any kind of body, she would be able to know everything at the moment. Not even a relevant thing. There are some I can't get visuals from, obviously. I can't get it from plants since they don't have eyes. And things get blurry with most animals since their senses are different from ours. But when I use my skill on a human body with senses exactly like mine, I got a nearly complete visual record from them. As the case, she could have solved all these cases in a heartbeat. Until 2 years ago, Sarge took the lead on most investigations, and solved them herself. Dean and I were just here for support. Exactly, until 2 years ago, but wow, who knew that one little case would make it to where you could never touch another person? Shut it, why are you even talking? It's okay. Medan, I don't know what your goal is in all of this, but I'm not gullible enough to fall for all of your childish provocation. He's right, I can't touch bodies anymore. I thought I was fine again, but seeing the chief's body right there in front of me, my pathetic hand just wouldn't move. Plus, even if I did succeed in reading the memories from his body, a suspect's word would have no bearing on an investigation. But it's fine. After all, it won't be me solving this case. Pardon? Note, hold on to my bureau file for me. You'll need it during your investigation. Pardon? Note, you're the only one of us who'd been clear of this crime. This case is yours to solve. You think I'll stand for this? Didn't you just say exactly that? You said if we were curious about the truth, you wouldn't stop us. Do you really take such a pathetic attempt at humor seriously? Even if he's not a suspect, he's too close to you three. You're expecting me to leave the case in his hands? I'll allow it. Was that the cabinet secretary's voice? Cabinet secretary, isn't this matter settled already? I settled the matter here. You have no reason to deny the boy, madame. This is the perfect opportunity to see our David's potential. Or perhaps you're hiding something? No, sir. He'll start at once. He's getting ahead of himself. Alright, I'll allow you to investigate, but you'll only get 1 hour. After the hour, consider this investigation closed. And you must keep your spork flipped the whole time. Alright. Okay, note, we are counting on you. They might even change their minds about closing our division if you do well enough. I'll try my best. In the end, it's just as I said, the day has come when the investigation is on your hands alone. But my god, I had no idea things would play out like this. Indeed, but note, are you sure you'll be alright? Huh? In this case, even I could be the culprit. It could be Tina, or even Sarge herself. Honestly, I've been doubting of every person in here since I stepped foot in this room. No matter how hard I refuse to believe this, every little bit of faith I have in you all must be turned to suspicion. And if the truth you uncover is less than ideal for us, you should know what to do. Detective Brian, I have been suspecting you too. I suspect Detective Tina and Sergeant as well. Until this case comes to a close, I don't think of those doubts will be erased. If this case were to be buried without my having uncovered the truth, I imagine we'd take those doubts straight up to our graves. I have no idea what lies in store for us, but I hate the thought of that. Thus, I must get to the bottom of this case. Can't help but believe what you're saying. Well, if you're going to take the case, you'd be needing this. Here's the bureau file of one of your prime suspects. I'm leaving it in your capable hands. Thank you. I'll put it in good use. Aren't you forgetting something? Here. Detective Tina. You can't leave only me out, can you? Of course not. So this is how it feels to be in the presence of a David. I have no idea what you're going on about, but I'm sure you're chasing your tail with whatever it is. Not is special, and it's just because of his talents. Talents aside, and without him being a staffer, Not is the most capable detective I have ever had the pleasure to working with. Well then, that makes... Okay, I overpressed. So this is the chief office. I have walked by it, but this is my first time stepping inside. I never thought this would be the circumstances of my first visit. Chief. Did she talk? Did she talk and I didn't notice? Oh, if you see something that says HR talk, it's because I used to have something there. Like, HR used to talk, but I need to like set it up, and I'm going to set it up again soon enough. So don't waste your points yet. When I get this new thing, I will set up everything. Hey Alto, how you doing? See you tomorrow. HR doesn't talk yet, and I'm probably going to have to choose the voice. So I will have HR be able to respond to me and to chat. That's the main idea of HR. Aha! Great, great. I don't know why, but that sounds suspiciously very, very like illegal. But probably you had to do it because of something related to like work or something. Legally acquired from... Yeah, no, yeah, it's legally acquired. For some reason, the government left it like just there, like hanging on the poles. Okay, here we go. Sip. Ah. Ah. Okay. Right, I guess this is goodbye. That was the last thing he said to me. Well, let's get started. I have to investigate the scene of the crime, but this time with my own two hands. But what about that sound? Okay, investigation time. Of course I'm not able to make out footprints with my naked eye. Even if such things were visible, I would take a trained eye to see them. As expected, things are harder without Detective Brian. I should give up on checking on the floor. Is this flower pot really holding up? That's suspect. We got a dried flower in here. This is the case we solved about a month ago at the Miller residence. This is one of the pieces of the stuff the victim had. It still allows people to create replicas of themselves when they pluck a petal of the flower. Detective Brian and I saw it in action firsthand. And the ball next to it... The stuff I saw was a yellow rubber ball. It was rolling around the storage area of my department store for a while, but the mouse that was playing with it suddenly caught fire. The top part of its body was burned to ash, so it was as dead as a doornail when we found it. Poor thing. Ah, the chief is holding onto this stuff. Is he a collector too? I can't believe he was storing such a dangerous item in the open. The light is on the ceiling, making it hard to step into the ball's shadow, but if you were to make the wrong move... Have to think of it. Peter Miller had one more piece of stuff. Where did that one go? Fuck, what was the other piece of stuff? It was like... there was... oh, the music box. I don't see the music box anywhere. A digital clock. This is where the sound was coming from. He had set an alarm. I'll have to turn it off right this second, but I should check it out before I do. Besides displaying the time, it looks like it's got a radio and an alarm function. Looks pretty expensive. He got the alarm set for 8:30 PM and 9 o'clock PM. That makes the alarm going off at 9 o'clock 1, I'd imagine. Good, now I'm turning it off. Dude, that makes me feel a lot better. No, I'd hardly call this mood better. After all, I don't think this nagging feeling will go away until I solve this case. All I got to do is solve this case, and... if I do solve this case, will that make everything better? What I'm thinking, I'm on the case. I don't have time to stand around. I should do what I can first. What is this? Notepad. Looks like the chief left a note. I should see what he wrote. Thank you for the parting gifts. I shall put them to good use. Don't forget that even though I'm going, I'd always be watching. His handwriting, is it his? Let's finish reading first. Always watching you, what you say, and think of me before you act. If you don't, I'll expose the truth about you. I still have the documents. If I ever have the need to order you around again, you'd be sure to lend a hand. Is this a threat? I've heard it a suicide note from the first part of it, but I don't think this guy could have resorted to that. Let's get him from the contest, but it looks like the chief has been threatening someone for some time now. Seems like he was about to pass on another threatening message. I can't be sure if it is related to the case, but it could have been something to do with the killer's motive. On a closer look, I see the yellow remnants of a previous page. Did they rip that one off and store it somewhere? Unfortunate, if the sergeant were here, she could recreate the previous message too. I thought she'd probably say something stupid like, "What do you think of this notebook? Ah, that's what she was getting at with the notebook bit. Yes, your name is Note, that's funny. Did the chief keep an extra set of clothes here? I don't see anything special about them. Maybe I can turn out his pockets? Just a waste of time, nothing. Oh, there's a hole there, like behind him. To have such a large painting hanging out of his office, was the chief wealthier than I might have imagined? Never mind, on a closer inspection it doesn't look like an expensive work. There's a few smudged sections here and there, and the color seems off. Huh? This picture wasn't pasted on canvas. It looked like it was printed on another type of thin cloth. In fact, the fabric is so thin I can see through it. What is art anyway? Huh? There's a hole in the wall under the painting. No way, is this a bullet hole? Well, if it's a bullet we're talking about, I can only think of one person who could have made it. There's, well, one last... Chief, I hope you understand. My eyes was already drawn to this part from far away, but it looked as though the fabric around his chest area is darker than the rest. But it doesn't look like something pushed through the fabric. Shall I get a closer look? What's this? There's a hole straight through his chest. On top of that, it looks like the area around the wound was cauterized by a flame or something. Is that why there's so little blood? It's a clean circle. Looks hollow tube cut out in a section of him. Whatever happened to the guy to leave him looking like this? If I organize what I found so far, I guess that will do. I think I have checked out everything I can. Normally, someone else would have said that. Feels sort of lonely. But I did find something. There's one thing I can tell from what I have investigated so far. I know what our murder weapon was. That's all I can say for sure. But to connect the pieces of evidence, that tell me that. Okay, I have to connect that, well, what the murder weapon is. Okay, I guess, I guess this is the connection. Huh? Okay, I guess corpse and rubber ball, something like that, I guess. The chief's body shows evidence of only one wound, a scorched hole in the center of his chest. It's clear that this was a fatal wound that led to his death. On top of that, there's a piece of stuff in this room able to light things on fire, turning them to ash. Things, of course, is the yellow rubber ball. That rubber ball was procured by the Miller's resident, and the woman who sold the ball was very clear. The mouse that stepped into the shadow of the ball was burned to ashes. This piece of stuff has the skill to turn an object to ash, and its trigger is something coming into its shadow. That's what I know thus far. The shadow of the ball must have been centered on the chief's chest. That's how he got that wound. It's so weird that there's no hole on his shirt. But now that I'm really looking at it, there's no burns on the wall of the floor either. It seems that this ball only burns living tissue. When you consider that the mouse was burned to ash, while the floor was unscathed, then that explains why the shirt is fine while the tissue within was burned straight through. I'm sure of it. The murder weapon was this piece of stuff. And that's it. I can't say anything else for now, sure. No matter how this goes, I'm just not going to be able to solve a phenomena case alone. What? Where did the boister bloke from before go? He finished the investigation the scene of the crime in 10 minutes, even going so far as to name the murder weapon. You still got plenty of time, so how about giving it another go? I've already given it enough though. There's nothing else I can figure out by looking over this crime scene. Of course, time to think it isn't really a problem with you. Then how about getting a statement from your suspects? My suspects? Statement from all of you, but I don't really feel comfortable questioning my colleagues like that. You might be even be able to clear one of us using our statement. And if you make good use of them, they might even help investigation. Of course, I see what the sergeant is getting at. Alright, let's do it. Leave the statement to me. I can write down what everyone is saying, but leave out the abnormal heartbeat part. What? Why are you so surprised? You're a suspect. Did you think your abnormal heartbeats would be any bearing on this case? I mean, he's right. That's just how things are. Things stand right now. Well then, we should get started on the statement. We should each talk about the events that played out from when we met with the chief last night all the way to the morning. Note, who would you like to hear from first? I can't ask Medan. Okay, let's go with Redpins first. I was a little after 7:30 p.m. when I entered the chief's office. The chief brother on about meaningless things that had nothing to do with work. I admit I stopped paying attention in the middle, but I must say it was rather odd. He wasn't the type of person who liked to discuss private affairs. It felt like the talk of a man about to leave. At least that's when I felt at the time. I left the room and told Tina to head up right after. I didn't go back into the room after that. I just put a few documents away in my car and headed up to the roof. And well, you know the rest. I was up there. Then we left together. When I was talking with the chief, I had the same feeling that he was talking to like someone about to leave. Today, Chief Medan was coming in to take over as a detective chief inspector. So where was our old chief headed? Hey, don't poke me. When Putney told me the chief wanted to see me and they headed up, it was about 8 o'clock. The chief told me to have a seat. Right when I did, he started talking not about work, but like he was reciting some straight philosophical views of the world, and it rubbed me the wrong way. So I wanted to give him a little scare. But then he froze up and called security. That's why I don't have my gun on me. They confiscated it. Then he kicked me out of the office. That's me, that's my statement. That was part of the Tina's statement, where it felt like she skipped over some important parts. Should I point them out later? Give me one moment. I'm putting some covers on top of me because I'm feeling a bit cold. Okay, it was exactly 8:10 when I met the chief. He called me on my spork. For some reason, he didn't look to be in the best of moods. He told me to remain standing as what he wanted to say wouldn't take long. The content of his lecture consisted of rather inconsequential life advice. In truth, it was nothing but him tooting his own horn. I decided somewhere in the middle that it wasn't worth my time and I walked out of the room. Yet as horrible as the chief was, my behavior was unacceptable. I couldn't let that go. That's why I headed straight to the chief's office this morning. And there I happened to upon his body. For now, that's all I can remember. Then Detective Brian was the last person to see Chief alive. And the first one to see him dead. Tina wrote all of their statement, but without the abnormal heartbeat, it's impossible for me to see who's telling the truth. However, that doesn't mean I'm out of ways to acquiring my information. If I can connect parts of the statement to clues I found on the crime scene, I might be able to get a better sense of what happened. Even the smaller details will help. Let's connect the statement with clues that relate to them. Out of all the clues I found at the scene of the crime, I think I can tell who left one of them. Okay, so this one, I believe I know who left one of them, yes. Where's Tina's? Here. I wanted to give him a little scare. There's a fucking bullet hole. You don't call that a scare. You call that a shoot. A school shoot. I don't know. You shouldn't shoot people like that. You only wanted to scare Chief, yet they took your gun? So the gunshot hole left at the scene of the crime right there is... Yep, that's it. Huh? I told you, I scared him a little, right? I threw a round up next to his face. That's not a little scare, are you in your right mind? You discharge your weapon? But the Chief, that tosser. He said it was goodbye, then he kept going on about I couldn't help it because I'm a staffer and all sorts of other grating remarks. He said Pandy and Brian never knew their place, and that it would be better to tell me since I spoke my mind. Now that I'm thinking about it, he said pretty much the same to me. So I got annoyed and couldn't help. Still, firing your weapon was a step too far. It's true, that the security guard called in by the victim detained Tina yesterday. And that's indeed why they confiscated her weapon. And then they didn't let her go until 11 PM, after the investigation of the incident was finished. Though she's still in no position to speak out considering the suspicion that followed her. Detective Tina. Sorry, Note. I made your job harder for you. No, you actually did well. Huh? Well done, thank you, I guess. Note, it's not my place to say this, but if you keep egging her on like this, she won't break this bad habit of her. I mean, I do agree that firing a shot was crossing the line. But as far as our case is concerned, I think we can say that yesterday's incident may actually turn out in Detective Tina's favor. In her favor? Detective Tina was detained until 11 in the evening. That means one of the items I found at the scene of the crime gains new significance. I'm guessing it's the... Let me see. I guess it's the alarm clock. I'm sure you all know, right? There was an alarm going off at the scene of the crime until just a few minutes ago. It was pretty loud in there. It was, and I do think it was an alarm set by the victim, and because of the victim was already dead when the alarm went off, there was no one there to turn it off. And the alarm in question was set for 9 o'clock PM. Oh, I see, then Tina was lucky indeed. If the alarm was still ringing at 9 o'clock, I see. If the chief wasn't able to turn off his 9 o'clock alarm, there's a high likelihood he died before that. But if Tina was under investigation until 11 o'clock, that's right, Detective Tina couldn't have killed the chief. Oh, is that certain then? We can say that for sure. The chief could have stepped out of his office for a moment around 9. No, the body was discovered inside his office. Even if he did step outside for a moment, he would have chosen to come back in before his death. If the alarm was still sounding, the chief would have turned it off then. Yet the alarm was going off at the scene of the crime until a few minutes ago. In other words, we can be certain that the victim died before 9 o'clock PM. Yay, freedom! To think that discharging your weapon would lead to your proving your innocence. This case is getting out of hand. Come now. This is the very moment my outlook in life has been reaffirmed. I have a feeling this incident may worsen her bad habits, and that worries me. Well, that's a good one. Well, first things first. It's clear Detective Tina, right? Sure, that'll leave Redfins and Brian as our possible suspects. We'll see about that. The most consequence here is that faith in Detective Tina has been restored. So that means that Detective Tina is able to proceed with the investigation now, right? Pardon? Can I? What are you even saying? Of course not. Why not? Tina has a close bond with both suspects, and I'm concerned she might lie on behalf of both Brian and Redfin. The same goes for me, so why are you letting me carry out the investigation then? You see, the cabinet secretary... Then the cabinet has a particular reason for allowing me to investigate? Of course he does. He had an eye on only me ever since I left the underground yesterday. I can't be sure what his particular reason might be, but it seems that the cabinet secretary will want to keep that hidden. Then Meran, have I said too much? Well, couldn't be helped. I guess he had no choice but to allow it. It's like you learned to make a thirst snout, though. I have nothing left to teach you. Alright, I'll allow Tina to help you with the investigation. What was that? Tina, could you please add the abnormal heartbeats to the statement? I guess she got the point. Maybe for someone who doesn't already know your skill. Okay. How many abnormal heartbeats did you detect during the statements? One, I detected it when Brian talked about finding the body. But he was talking about the body, so an abnormal heartbeat was given. In other words, it's still impossible to point out one particular part of their statement. These two know your skill better than anyone else. It's extremely likely they avoided making risky remarks. It's no wonder you didn't detect many abnormal heartbeats. Oh. However, the opposite is also a possibility. Is that what's happening here? Because I proved that Tina's innocence, I was able to add her investigative power to my own. With that normal heartbeat added to the statement, if I can prove someone else's innocence... This one. This. Let's go. She didn't come back, so she's not here. In the certain statement she said, I didn't go back into the room after that. We didn't detect a normal heartbeat in her statement. In other words, after her first time meeting the chief, she didn't see him again. And after the sergeant had sit down with the chief, he called Detective Tina and Brian one after the other. That means that after her final meeting with the chief was still alive. From this, we can prove that Sergeant innocence. So, are you going to ask for her to be included in the investigation too? You know me very well, I am. Well, my word, I didn't believe allowing just one person, Tina, to join would be alright. After all, it's hard to push back against this order. Well, what can I say? If he wants me to peel back the layers, we might as well peel them all back. I'll let Redfin join you. That's rather unexpected, because this is you we are talking about. Or you'd be nitpicky about this, that or the other. Why would I do that? It means nothing to me whether you catch your culprit or not. Well then, it seems that the only suspect you have left is Brian. He was the one last seen with the victim alive, and he knew well of the stuff that used to murder the victim. Right? Isn't it about time you name your culprit? I'm just steeped in emotion. Maybe you should better suit our operations over investigations? This investigation isn't over. Once the sergeant carries out her memory surveys of the crime scene, we will turn around the case. With that, we'll clear Brian's name as well. Indeed, yes, you may turn charge back on the people you have already cleared for this. Oh. Okay, let's go. The chief? I honestly thought I might kill the man a few times. I believe refrain from making incrimination remarks would be a good call right now. Just a thought, nothing more. However, it's not quite as pleasant a sight as I thought it would be. No, let's start our investigation. Alright. Okay, let's see. I see that you had an extra change of clothes. When I checked it out before, there was nothing in her pocket, in the pocket. See, like that's a given. He hasn't worn this coat jacket in a month. Oh. His shoes were worn just yesterday. Some people normally change jackets more often than shoes. That's not the case with the slippers, but theirs all looks like a dress shoes. It's a bit odd. It is indeed. Let's put the shoes on our report. See what else? So this is the digital clock. I gotta thank you for clearing my mind. It's good of a memory of someone turning it off last night. I heard the chief voice complaining about how loud it is. So it was probably him. I'm sure that an alarm was going off when I reached the scene before. The clock also holds the memory of something for a long time after. The clock is programmed to go off twice, at 8:30 at night. As it was the chief who turned that off. The chief was still alive at 8:30. Hey. Ugh. Sure, give it here. Isn't there something you want to say? What might that be? Never mind. This letter is threatening someone, very much something the chief would do. There's also a clear pen impression from when the previous note was written. I can restore what it was written here with my skull. There's got a lot of information written here. I'm going to take some time. Okay. Here we go. Here you go. Note, what are you doing? I'm just sorry I found this thing and... Of course, can't teach an old dog new joke. Totally wish I knew I was that one. Done. Look there, we can see that rubble ball written down on this list. It's not it burns the things in its shadow, it alters the light that shines on it. There are quite a lot of details written down here. He even wrote a precaution of their dried flowers. Oh, sorry. It's rather dumb precaution. What was he trying to use these things? There's an entry for a piece of stuff we don't know of as well. The chief has been carrying out his new research. Yeah, a person died due to the unaddressed stuff in his collection. Oh. Man. I think this document will help us during our investigation. We should be thankful you found it. Okay, I don't see if there's a thought, so where is it? I'm still a little confused a bit. It's a painting of a Greek woman holding an earthen jar. It's quite unpleasant. You think of us so? It was painted on something rather unique. That painting was applied to an especially thin cloth-like material. That doesn't mean you shouldn't start caressing the thing. What if it's expensive? Okay, since it's for the investigation. Plus, it seems that the chief touched it quite often too. Carries the memory of that? Yes, the memory showed that he touched the sharp part. In fact, it wasn't just the touching, he pressed down quite hard. Does that mean something is stashed away behind it? No, because... oh, hello, one question. Because, man, I'm sorry, I'm currently trying to play, but I'm falling. I'm falling. I did sleep a bit before starting, but man. Yeah. So maybe I need something to wake me up before continuing. Like a pick me up. Sadly, it's too late for a pick me up. But I do feel it. Anyways, let's continue, I guess. Sorry if I'm, well, boring you or whatever. I don't want you, like, I'm a bit like that right now. Let me check something. You know, before everything, you know, was it? I remember that I started a thing called I was in like a thing called VTuber Summit, and I wonder where the hell I was, where the hell was I? I never figured it out. I wonder if there's already a walkthrough that I can find myself. Let me see. Oh. Oh. You know, I'm in the wiki. I wonder about it. Well, it's a shame. I don't remember. I can't find myself. Well, what a shame. Anyways, let's continue. Let's see. Right, I knew that. I have been surprised if it wasn't the case. Okay, I needed a few moments to like distract me. I miss all these things. The incident at the mansion is still so vivid. It feels like it's happened last week. Though in truth, it hasn't been a month yet. Sandy, are you going to investigate the rubber ball? What if it burns your hand off when you touch it? If it wasn't the murder ball, I have no choice. I should be fine as long as I don't move into the shadow. Hold up on 1 second. Right, you'll be fine if you come at it from this direction. Now read this memory from here. Thank you. So I wish you wouldn't put yourself in harm's way on my behalf. Just put the investigation first at all. If you were to hurt your hand, Sergeant, we will have a hard time with our investigation. Is that so? Yes, that's exactly so. What's going on? It seems as though the rubber ball was originally wrapped in a cloth. That's how we passed it by without knowing what it was when we came in here. Is that because you're able to touch its shadow when it was wrapped in the cloth? Might be. After all, the shadows are created by light. If you're blocking it from the light, maybe its skill doesn't activate. No. Besides that, what was the look you two shared just a second ago? Was that what I think it was? How about this dried flower? Has it been used? The flower has a memory of a petal being plucked, but it seems to be from a number of days ago. Well, then it seems unlikely to be related to this case. When the chief used it before, it seemed like it had a time limit. Then let's hurry up and check something else. We don't have much time. Damn you two! If it wasn't for the investigator, I'd keep pestering you two until you begged me to stop. I wasn't exactly trying to hide anything, but it would be good to focus on the investigation, no? Okay. I think we checked everything worth checking. It feels like a real investigation. After everything, this is the most notable clue we have found, huh? The record of a 4 piece of stuff in the chief possession. Right, all of the stuff in the chief had in the possession could have been used during the crime. Perhaps there's a suspect beside us who would have done this. But the only stuff left is the rubber ball and the dried flower, no? On top of that, the dried flower hasn't been used. There are actually 3 pieces of stuff here. Huh? There's definitely one thing that stands out. Is that right? I got the list of stuff in the item code. Well, okay. I only see 2 pieces of stuff too. Actually, I didn't read the pieces of stuff in the room. Let me see. Stuck to a wall and push hard. I guess this one. Numbers have been covered by a cloth. Ah. Oh! I'm dumb. The painting is the wrapping cloth. Yeah, that one is easy. Among the 4 pieces of stuff listed here, there's one we were unaware of. The wrapping cloth. Perhaps it's something the chief procured from another case or had it in his possession beforehand. Its trigger is being pushed hard and it's able to let you pass through a single wall it's stuck to. One of the items in this room is contain a similar memory, yes? Ah yes, mean the painting? Yes, that's right. The painting is actually a wrapping cloth. It's our 4th piece of stuff. This stuff, like the others at the Miller residence, has been disguised as something else to prevent it from being seized. It certainly seems that way with the painting slash cloth. After all, it's clear on closer look that it's a painting on cloth, not paper or canvas. Never thought you could hide something like this out in the open. You know that what they say, you can see the nose in front of your face sometimes. No one... Now I can. Damn it. Around touching a painting on display like this. Stuff able to let you pass through walls. No way. Could try out, but it's too high for me to reach. Do you have to climb on his desk? So it's like they say, you push it right and then this... Ah! Pretty thin, are you right? I hit my head. You're lucky you didn't go through the wall and fall straight out of the building. This place is more than I imagined. The painting looks so big. Is there perhaps another way out there? No, it's blocked on all four sides. Also, there's only a room in here for one person. Space cut off from the rest of the building with no other passways leading out. Then it wasn't possible for our culprit to escape through there. Are there any items hidden there? There's too dark to see, but I don't think there's anything here. It's completely empty. But there can only be a space for someone to hide inside in a case of an emergency. Not just butt in whenever you want. We're not done with our investigation. No, you're done, Redfin. You're off the case. All of the documents you had in hands in creating will also be disposed of. What do you mean? You allowed her to join the investigation. I did, but that was because it seemed impossible for Redfin to commit the crime, but now the tide has turned. We have stuff at the scene of the crime. There's now a chance that one of these pieces of stuff was used in the crime. On top of that, the only person able to know about said stuff was Redfin. The victim wrote out all the information he had on his stuff and hid it away in a secret place. But none of you knew about the notes he hid away until Redfin used her skill, am I wrong? In other words, the current juncture, the only person able to know the precise details of the stuff and how to use it all to commit a crime is Redfin. I don't know if she was just trying to avoid bringing suspicion on herself, but restoring the information about the stuff was a mistake. But the sergeant didn't return to the scene of the crime after her last visit with the chief, and after that, Detective Finn and Brian both met with him. He's right, the chief was brimming with life when I saw him. But what if it wasn't really the victim? Huh? You're talking about the replica? I don't think the victim made a replica during his own murder. It doesn't have to do with the replica. For example, what about the stuff in the shape of the musical box? I heard that it can create an elaborate illusion nearby. What if Tina and Brian you saw some recording in the musical ball display? What if Redfin killed the victim? He did at the scene of the crime and played the recording of them. What then? What nonsense are you spouting off? I share her sentiments. What if I saw was no pre-recorded image or video? Are you sure about that? None of you have seen the musical box killed firsthand. You can know how elaborate the video is able to recreate. And now that the musical box has disappeared from your crime scene, there's no way for us to know to check it. Do you expect me to believe that that's a coincidence? I have you know I was dragged away by a security call by the victim. Anyone could have called security. You said that the chief was frozen in place when the security showed up, no? You really think that was because of a gunshot? And you said you left before the chief could finish what he was saying. Your credibility on this issue is less than subpar. And that goes for all of you. It means nothing in this case. Damn. But what if it's about contradiction and not credibility? What do you mean? So the version of the chief that the detective and Brian Tina met was actually a recording replayed by the musical. What if we presume your assumption true, but we find a contradiction after? If that argument is true, then we've got a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. I should point them out. Yeah. It's a fight. Okay. Using its skill 5 days after the original record causes to record a new video. The illusion created by the skill is so elaborate that... Okay. Okay, this one is weird. Yeah. Oh, so not this one. Maybe this. Remain standing until to have a seat. These two. Those are two different things. Tina, do you remember the first thing the chief told you to do when you went into the office? Of course, he said, have a seat. I told you that, right? How about you, Detective Brown? I think I follow, of course. I remember he said, remain standing. They are two different things. Would that be possible if the whole thing were a recording? Maybe they are just recording from two different times. No. Have a seat and remain standing were the first thing that the two heard when they entered the room. Even if the sergeant were to have recorded the chief conversation with her, she couldn't have gotten those two different phrases on one recording. There's always the possibility two of them are lying for red things too. I'm sorry, but they said the exact same thing when they made the office statement before. Note that we all was only confirming their previous statement. I know you love doing this on me, but I don't think you're pointing your finger the wrong way here. Alright. Sorry to interfere with the investigator. Continue. Hurry up and prove Brian is our culprit. You little... That's what you really wish to be the case. Madam, what exactly is going on in that brain of yours? Not that I want. It's only logical theory, isn't it? You said you were the last of our suspects to meet the victim. Add that to the fact that you're the only one not clear of this. Then it's a given, no? I see where you're coming from. Madam, you're a tosser. Where are you butting in when you don't have the brains for this? And simply can't tell heads from tails? What? Why are you staring at me? Nothing, just looking. I'm glad the information I found turned out to be useful. But I'm still not getting an overall sense of what's happening here. Yeah, no, I'm actually very, like, I have no idea. We are going to need Brian's help if we want to solve this one. Is there no evidence that proves that Brian didn't commit the crime at 8:10? If there is, we'll be able to get some more information about looking at the trace evidence. That will help a lot. Give me one moment. There we go. If there isn't any though, maybe we can find some other clues left by our culprit. Focus on finding something could be our right move. Here we have like our bifurcation. Okay, pin it. Okay, I think we have to like get Brian out. Now, Necro says hello. I hope she does. Now I see her. I really like when she says hello. Wait, maybe this? Yes. So on this clock, you said the chief turned it off at 8:30 of the 30. Okay, there's no question about it. Then Detective Brown left his office at 8:10. So in other words, the chief was still alive when Detective Brown left the room. What do you say, Chief Madam? I mean, how do you know the alarm was set for 8:30 yesterday? Brian knows what skill Redfin has, so maybe he just reset the alarm. If that were true, we'd see Detective Brown's fingerprints on the clock. At the very least, we'd see some smudges from the gloved hands. Fingerprints? Are you seriously bringing up fingerprints? What are you expecting me to say? Brian is the only one who checks prints. You expect me to believe what he says? You're wrong there. My skill merely makes it possible for us to know what time prints were left. For the fingerprint itself, anyone can do it, with the right equipment. Even you could pull that off, madame. I have the equipment in my drawer. Would you like to give it a try? Let's see if my prints really are on the clock. Whatever. I'm sure you didn't leave anything behind. Well then, is Detective Brian clear for this? Not a chance. The possibility he committed the crime has just gone down ever slightly. After all, our only 3 suspects are from your division. For now, I'll permit him to join the investigation. Just don't forget that he's still a suspect of this crime. Alright, that sounds more reasonable. After all, I'm sure Node will see this case to its conclusion. That's a given. But to that end, we're going to have to add Detective Brian's power to ours. Anytime I can help. I hope that Brian doesn't fuck me over. The chief, in his own special way, held a place in my heart. In the past 2 years, I have never once granted him my personal favor. Because of that, I don't have a single good memory with him, and for that, I feel sorry for him. Indeed, for a guy like Detective Brian to say such an unkind thing about the chief, it was truly remarkable in that regard. Detective Brian, are you alright? Indeed I am. After all, I'm the only one who found the body before. Also, he may have an idea deep inside that he'd meet his end like this someday. I'm keeping you all waiting. Let's have a look at the investigation. We're counting on you. Okay, let's see. What's this touch? When the search checked this code out, she said it hasn't been worn recently. But these shoes, I see they were worn just yesterday. What time was that? 8:35 in the evening. The fingerprints are smudged, but I imagine they probably is Chief's. Oh, if they were left at the 8:35, that will be after we all met him. Let's make a note of that. It may work in our favor to have that information. Yes, ma'am. See. The painting is actually a stuff that allows one to pass through walls, right? That's right, I just used it to check the other side of and come back. I can see that. Your face left a clear mark on it. Looked like something of a dream, or maybe something that could fit in modern art exhibition? Hey, what's are you seeing? I'll tell you later. Let's focus on the investigation for now. You were the one who wasn't focusing. Is there any trace of the chief using the painting? I have a print of the chief pressing down the painting of the shower. They are from 2 days ago. That may tell us something. Make a note of it. I had no idea this rubber ball would be involved in another case. Also, had no idea it was sitting right there when I came in there yesterday. It was probably covered in cloth. So you didn't see it from where it was. I see, that's probably why there are still prints. How about on the dried flower? That most recent prints were left by the chief 10 days ago. The only ones beside that are the ones we searched and not just before that. That's probably from when we investigated. We had known you'd be investigating too. We would just looked from afar, not touched. There were no prints for us to raise though. After all, no one touched this recently. That's a relief. Also, I can see evidence of a box sitting on this shelf. I can see it was moved last night. That's probably the music box we confiscated from the Miller resident. As expected, it was right here. The question is, where it's now? There are a number of footprints from the 3 of us around the chair. It's hard to tell our exact movement with how they were all weaved together, but the time they were made it clear. Starts from 7:40, Tina from 8, and mine from 8:10. That lines up with each statement. As expected, more importantly, aren't there anyone else footprints? Everything else was left by the chief. Not going to make it easy for us. No, it might be easier than you think. What do you mean? There are footprints showing the chief leaving his office at 8:30. Then I see his footprint leading back in at 8:35. Are you sure? His trail is a bit weird, but I'm sure those are the chief footprints. That's quite a clue. So maybe the murder scene wasn't this room. Proof that none of us has skills that allow us to kill from afar. This is clear proof of our innocence. By the way, this last set of footprints made by the chief, could they be incredible? What are you doing appearing out of the blue? You think it just makes you look so cool? You're pathetic. How about you stop there? You have embarrassed him enough as it is. No, I truly think you're all incredible. How can you not spot all this nonsense with such confidence? What? The last set of footprints left by the victim? You should be able to see how odd they are. What do you mean odd? Are you nitpicking again? These footprints were clearly left by the chief. That strap may be off, but the shape is clearly... What do you think is the reason behind the odd shape? No, are you trying to say the footprints weren't left by the chief? Eh? I hate to admit it, but Chief Madame may not be nitpicking with this. It's possible that the footprints were made by the chief because of evidence left at the scene. Yes, actually he's right, there's something. There's something that can be related. This one? At the scene of the crime, we have an extra set of clothes, right? There's no sign that the jacket was messed with, but there was a trace left of the shoes last night. My skill told me the same story. The only thing that with a memory of being touched recently are those shoes. Why are we bringing this up all of a sudden? Why, you ask? Can you use your imagination of yours? There's only one reason. That Brian thought the footprint made at 8:35 belonged to the chief, because they look like the chief's shoes. There are more traces from 8:35. The trace left on the shoes at the scene. However, it is possible that the footprints were made by the chief. What? The culprit could have worn the shoes, walked around, and then left them there. The footprints leaving the room. Those were probably made by the victim. But the criminal waiting outside to kill the victim, that person was already wearing the same shoes as him. Prepared beforehand, of course. And then he then could have carried the victim back into the room. But then, you must really want to pin this on one of us. It's like you say that the footprints were made when the culprit entered the room at 8:35. Where are the footprints leading out? The culprit could have just walked out backwards out of the room. That will explain the strange stride patterns you saw. Sorry, but if the culprit walked in such a strange way, I will be able to tell. I'm sure the footprints were made by walking inwards. Well then, the culprit must have not left. What? Maybe he hid in the room. Then after enough time had gone by, he pretended to discover the body? Are you a comedian? Then if anyone came in, he'd be done for. Like I said, he could hide. Isn't there a place in this room where people could hide unseen? Yeah, he's talking about like the picture. But there's a mistake with the line of thinking. If he was indeed hiding inside the room... Okay, Brownie, thank you. Have a nice night. The painting at the scene of the crime, actually a rope in cloth, is stuff that allows a person to traverse a wall. There's space for a person to hide behind. As the thing I discovered before, there's definitely space enough for a single bullet to hide in away. Right, then our culprit hid back there. That's a problem, no. Then after the body was left to decompose over a long period of time, the culprit pretended he was the first to discover the body. Then if someone were to have found the body before him, he could then wait until the person was gone and pretend to stumble upon the body too. So the person who first found the body is probably... That'd be me. Yeah, of course, carrying such a large man would have been impossible task anyone without Brian's large flame. What? You're speaking like Brian, surely the culprit or something. Don't you just stand there, say something. What is it? It's clear that Brian is the only person who could have pulled off a feat as you describe it. So your logic must be incorrect. Pardon? The idea about the culprit trying to replicate the victim's footprints, if it really was Detective Brian and not someone else, such a girl would be rather bizarre. After all, Detective Brian has a certain something about him. What does Detective... What is Brian's special something? I guess his skill? Yeah, why would he need to do that? He wouldn't need to tell me about the wonky walk. Thanks to his trace photo that we are found about the footprint left around 8:30. If we hadn't known about the planted footprints, our investigation would have gone the wrong direction. But this document was created using Detective Brian's skill. Huh? Thus, Brian didn't need to falsify the footprints. He wouldn't have had to hide behind the painting after all. It was his investigation that showed us the footprint was planted. He wouldn't have needed to invent another set of footprints. All he had to do is lie and say that the footprints at 8:30 were the only ones coming in and out. Even if his own footprints were left at the scene of the crime, he could say they were the ones from before. Thus, your logic is mistaken. I suspected he could. Then why were you keeping your mouth shut before? I thought leaving to note would be better than making up a bunch of excuses. You're just confusing me. Though it's rather odd, didn't you say you have no interest in how this case ends? But with all this statement casting doubt on the three of us, it seems clear that you're doing nothing short of interfering with our investigation. Not bad, Brian. You finally used your head. You know this will happen and fabricated the footprint to confuse us, huh? What? No. Didn't you hear what Note just said? I did. He basically said that if Brian is the culprit, the footprint means nothing. He should just go back inside and kill the victim without all the tricks and pageantry I spoke of, yes? But if Brian isn't the killer, it means someone else went into the room. And if that's the case... If there's a trace photo, it means that the culprit knew Brian's kill. How many people besides the three of you know about that? The person left no trace and knew about the skill the Manafort division had in stock. Is there any other suspect who fills all those boxes? If there isn't, the result of your investigation name you all the prime subject once more, so doesn't that mean that none of you... Well, there's one person that comes to mind. We're in trouble. If there really is another suspect, we could collect a single clue thus far that might tell us who that could be. And if we hadn't, is there some place we haven't investigated somehow hidden away? Maybe this? I guess the musical box. Can I... What the fuck is the secret safe? That may be a place we haven't investigated yet. Really, where? I don't know yet. I'm sure it exists. What's that supposed to mean? Give us a proper explanation. Why is there no one who explains things here where you can understand them all at once? The note that certain restore contains information about the stuff the chief owned and displayed here, but that's not all that was written there. I see, there's a note about storing papers in a secret safe. There are maybe a new clue to be found here. A clue? Do you really think there's no guarantee it's even in this room? No, the chief only believed in himself. He never hid anything where someone else could get their filthy paws on. Besides, his note contains information on his staff. If you think about it, in terms of convenience, there's a high likelihood he's stored the list in the same place as the staff. Then speak up. Is there a place where you might have stored the safe? None of the data you collect points to the place like that. No, it may. Perhaps we're just a little confused. Okay, the only place that I think it might be his secret safe is like the stupid room over there. I'm like how hard I think about it. There's simply no better place to hide something than behind the painting. But didn't Tina really investigate behind it? Right, and the place was completely empty. The painting is quite large, but didn't Detective Tina say it was narrow and there was only space back there for one person? Then there's another space back there we haven't investigated. If you check the trace photo, you'll see that there's some space between Chief's handprints and the trace Tina left. So we put our hands where Chief touched the pushed. But I got something. That paper is the original of the paper search restore, huh? As expected. This is the secret safe the chief used. Not, is there anything else in there? There's two file folders stashed here. Like they're filed with documents. One looks like the case files and the other... The Tetrapod project? The content of the folder... Hold up, give that there here. Huh? Alright. It's genuine. The detective chief inspector was far more dangerous than I thought. That's enough of that. Now I can rest easy. Huh? What did you just do? That's evidence we just found. What does it look like I did? That was classified document and something that shouldn't have been in there here. So I got rid of it. You can't be certain. That was evidence. Any person who reads those files has to be eliminated. Would you have been okay with that? How about you? Would you have been okay with that? Pardon? Whatever was written there, you were forced to hide it. Your actions prove it. The victim had the information, and you knew he had it beforehand. Chief Medan, from the thing you said before, it sounds like you are quite familiar with Detective Brian's skill. You know about Detective Tina's and Sergeant's skills as well. Then with all the boxes a person has to check to be a suspect, that would include you, wouldn't it? Well, I guess it would. No. What? Was it Medan? We have footprints we think the culprit planted at the scene of the crime. Hello, Nemi, how are you doing? But no prints leaving. Neither Detective Tina nor Sergeant could have pulled something like that off. Chief Medan, would you mind explaining your skill? I don't have one. Excuse me? No, Medan's no staffer. The Bureau doesn't appoint staffer as chiefs. Yes. Shouldn't you have figured that out after working here 2 whole months? No need for snide remarks. Given our security clearance, isn't it a given for him not to know? Clearance, does that word even mean anything to that child? Well, it's clear that he simply doesn't want to dig too deep. He doesn't want to get too closely involved with the Bureau. Are you going to be bystander forever, stubbornly refusing to make a choice? Stop changing the subject. You got the same charges leveled at you that you were throwing our way. The same charges? You'd only be able to make them stick if you had evidence that I knew the victim had the file. I didn't even know about his secret stash. If I knew beforehand and committed the crime, I would have taken the documents with me, no? I think it's safe to say Medan didn't know the location of the chief's stash. But it's true we have nothing on him? Even if he didn't know about the stash, there's a chance he knew the chief had the documents. It is a detective game, Nemi. Okay, let me see. Maybe the note? Yes. Well, this case is coming to an end. But I don't see nothing else coming here. Perhaps the chief told you about it first? Are you serious? My apologies, but he's normally serious in these cases. I'm always serious. The chief told you about the documents first. Then he held them over your head as a threat. There's no throwing claims out there. What are you basing this on? The chief left you a message on his notepad. I think he was still working on it. I can't be sure who the recipient was supposed to be, but it went something like this. Even if it were to vanish, don't let your guard down. I can always unveil the documents. The documents. The chief was threatening someone with the documents he had, and right when you laid eyes on the documents the chief had hidden away, you burned them. Is it really so strange to think his letter has something to do with you? What documents are you referring to again? You little... Are you really going to play dumb in this situation? All of this is because we saw you light those documents on fire. Indeed, and we refer to the three prime suspects and their colleague. Have you always been like this? I always focus on doing the best I can. You're right, proving the accident of those documents is going to be difficult now. I'll give you that. But no, you said there was another folder hidden in there too, right? You said case files? Doctor's note. This note to inform you on the result of your records. After several tests on mental well-being on the patient, we can conclude that this patient shows no sign of mental illness. And this is this statement of Chief Medan? Okay, so you want me to tell why my prints were on the rope? The answer is simple. I used that rope before. John asked if he could borrow it this morning, so I gave it to him. Now that I'm really thinking about it, that was my last chance to stop him. I'm okay though, so there's no reason to be concerned. Of course not, it's not all. But I pray that this day will come sooner or later. What? Hold up, no, that statement, these documents, when were they written? They were written for a case 2 years ago on October 20th. 2 years ago, October 20th. Of course. Damn. Why are everyone reacting like this? It's not just Chief Medan, it's Detective Thin and Brand too. Come to think of it, 2 years ago, then it looks like there's another file for you to burn, yes? You know nothing. Sergeant, what's in the world happened 2 years ago? Seriously, do you really have to explain it like this? Pandy, you don't exactly have to go into all the details. Detective Thina? No, even without all this, I was going to explain it to him. Not, I want you to know. Not, I'm going to explain everything. I want you to listen very carefully, because this was the case that changed my life. Holy shit, we're going on a case inside of a case. That's why I thought it was going to end, because we're going to play a case inside of the case. I'm back. Good work out there. I see you two finished early as well. Good work for you two. No, works is money after all. So it's really the least I can do. Despite all of our effort, we only solved one case to your 5, Pandy. Don't flatter me. I'd be odd if I couldn't do at least that with all the memories I read. It's hardly fair to say that all your hard work comes from your skill alone. So you should be honest with yourself and accept the compliment. Pandoria. After all, the active role you play is all thanks to you being in the company of such a skilled investigator as myself. Where on earth does all this confidence come from? Just today you wasted all the time getting yourself stuck in a ventilation shaft. True, but sometimes, to get the complete truth, you have to take one step back to take 2 forward. You know that, right? And the culprit almost escaping is 1 step. I guess we took 3 steps back at that one. But even such an amazing investigator can make mistakes. This is just a theory of mine, but What's more important than finding the right way to immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path. Again with your theories, though you do have a way with words. Still, sounds like a hard day at work, Johnny. I'm sure the two of you had a rough one day as well. Is that it for the case handed over to us? Look that way. We finished quite early today. Great. As the Americans say, Tina, give me some skin. Go. Oh, awesome. Hell yeah. Come on, you too, Caucasus. Indeed. And Pandoria. No thanks. Somehow makes me look less intelligent. Touché. John Medan. He was a detective who worked with us 3 years ago, back when the Man Affairs division was first formed. In the beginning, it was just him and I. At first, he was praised among those in the investigation department, but honestly, his detective skills were only a bit better than Brian's, so I didn't think he was all that spectacular. His penetrative vision skill wasn't all that unique either. It helped during investigations, but compared to the skills everyone else had, it wasn't extremely useful. Still, he was oddly skilled when it came to leadership. Oh, is this the case the case the two of you solved today? What's wrong? Does something strike you at all about it? No, you did a good detective work. But about the victim's daughter, if you check her next to of kin, it doesn't look like there will be anyone left to look out for the girl. You're right, the fact bothered me too. There's the orphanage I know. You think I can recommend she be sent there? Of course, it has no connection to the bureau. Sounds like a plan. I'll have to ask her opinion on the matter, but she will probably like the sound of it. Alright, I'll get in contact with the orphanage. Why do you always give us more work? It's been a while since we finished up this early. Sorry, I was born with this personality. Indeed. And this personality I love to emulate. Where would that leave me then? I'll call the little girl. Oh, thanks. I solved the case, in fact. I can say with confidence that out of all the people I met, no one could solve a case faster than me. But John always saw the people behind the case. He always did what he thought was the best. And without John, investigation would be no different than the other departments in the bureau. He made our division what it is today. I, on the other hand, sorry to butt in like this. Oh, hello, been a while, Chief Inspector of Operations. Oh, who's this now? Chief? No. Is it really you, Tina? Oh, what with that reaction? Sorry to see such a playful grin on your face. I never would have imagined it's from you in the time of probations. Fortunately, this division seems like a good fit. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yes, and I'm glad I follow your recommendation, Chief. How long are you going to call me Chief? You got a new chief now. I mean, Detective Chief of Inspector doesn't do all that much, but I guess that makes you Bernard Mirror? Bernie? If you call me that, I'll kill you myself, just call me Medan. Bernard, I'm Medan too. Won't that just make things confusing? Doesn't everyone around here just call you Johnny? Well, you got me there. You got stopping me by quite a lot, haven't you? Here to see me? Not on your life, so don't even ask. I'm here on our business. Brian? Me? Yes, it's about the matter we discussed before. If you just follow me to operations... Sarge, I'll be right back. Understood. I should be delivering the message about the orphanage. Call me if you need anything. John? Yeah, well, what is it? Your name came out at a certain person's mouth. You should stop your digging. Yep, thank you for the advice. I'll keep it in mind. I certainly hope so. Stubborn as an ass. What's he talking about? Pandoria. Haven't you ever gotten curious about all this? I mean, what do they do with the criminals we catch? What do you mean? We send them to the Bureau's detention facility, but we don't even know where that is. You remember the first criminal we ever caught? We brought him in for petty thief, right? Well, he was released recently, so I went and saw him. I asked him what his time in detention was like, but he wouldn't say a word. It wasn't that he was hiding from me, it was more like he didn't have a single memory of his time in there. It was like he fell victim to a skill. there really a system of phenomena that wipes memory? That's at least an esteemed class threat level, and in certain cases, an Oppenheimer could do it. There's got to be something that would be capable of such a feat. If that's the case, I'm of the same level as your brother. You should stop digging into this. No good will come out from us, the staffers, getting too involved with the Bureau. Very sensible. But could I ask you one favor? No. Read my brother's memories. I said no. How about you listen to people when they talk to you? Andre, I want to help. Oh, Akechi! Holy shit, that's you know, it's been 80 years since the last time I have heard of you. Kinda stuff. I remember. We collabed one time, and every so often I kinda look at the thumbnails that you or your friend made. I don't remember who, when we played Fall Guys. You know, I have you like in the back of my head every so often, like you surface and then you go back down. Then you surface again, like oil, you know, water and oil kind of things. I kind of watch like I have been watching that you have been starting to speak speak, but I can't enter your streams because when you stream is when I work, and I'm barely waking up. You stream, I work. It's always like that. I guess that's what happens when you live like directly on the other side of the world. But yeah, like I have been having you like back there, like thinking. But yeah, I'm just like having. Yeah, I guess like right now 1 a.m. like literally on I know that it's not your time, but I usually like think of it like my Japan time is exactly 12 hours back. So everyone in East Asia is having like midday right now. Right now it's like middle of the night for me. So yeah, like directly like opposite. And you know, I really like detective games, so I'm just like reading this visual novel. I recommend it if you want it. It's called Staffer Case. I'm on the last case, like finishing it. But yeah, as you can see, I changed my model a bit. This is like the last time. I really liked it. The fourth case has been the best case so far, and as you can see, I have changed my model a bit. Now I have this. Let me see. Oh, up. I asked it for. Yeah. Like I believe when we were talking the last time, you were on my second or third version of the model. I think one is the third, and also have like a little mascot. She's called HR, Human Resources. I am planning on using something to make her talk a bit. Because sometimes it gets lonely when talking about novels in the night. But it's okay. I like HR over here. She follows my head. Let me look. Let me put her like right here. See? HR. Now sit back on my lap, HR. There you go. But yeah. Well, let me see. No. Was it? I have also glasses. I think this one is my fourth. But anyway, this is my fourth model. Well, my fifth is in the works. I'm changing a bit more. So, what about you? Well, what have you been doing? How has been life? I guess you got really like busy and now you're a bit less busy. Or is it like holidays or something like that? Or you finished with whatever you were doing? It was just a guess, you would say. I am... That's nice to hear. Well, I can say that I am around. I haven't stopped. Well, I have stopped like a few months at a time, a few like weeks at a time, maybe months at a time. Mostly when I'm on vacation, like real vacation, when I leave to another country or shit like that. But I have been going like straight. I have been doing some studying and some work, you know, but nothing like too serious. Like I'm studying Italian, by the way. I like Italian. I want to go to the bello paese, as they say. Yeah. Ciao. That's basically all you know? That's basically all I know. It's just I know a bit more. I am I am B2, B1, I believe it's called. I can't call that conversation if my life depended on it. Giorno Giovanna. Ah. But yeah. Thank you for coming for past. Thank you for the quiz incoming. You haven't income. No dread. No quizzes. Quizzes are not fuck. I have lost my train of thought on the English. I lost my train of thought. There you go, little one. You know, I really wish I could like rise my countdown path like HR if my model was like with my like I think HR has like a button to remove the helmet, but who would remove a helmet from such a little cutie patootie? But yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm probably like, why don't I try, like let me see. Oopty, Frank, pay with people. And creator one of purchase. Yeah, I'm going to go with the one of purchase because fuck that. I was going to do it. Full name, Joseph Robert Lightfoot. Wait, discount code. There's a discount code here. Where's Honey? I thought I got Honey over here. No. Did I delete the thing? I know. It's weird. I thought that I had like bought it, not log in, blah 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 blah. Where's the thing? I'm dumb. I don't know how to. I thought that the word. Yeah. I'm dumb. Anyways, Akechi, thank you for coming through, and I hope that your streams. I hope that I can enter at least one of your streams at some point in my early life. Now I need to see something. Honey, attention. No, I don't want. I want the browser up. And why isn't it on my thingy? Well, remove from break, but it's here. It's here. I don't see it. Manage tensions. I guess it doesn't work. On all sides. Well, no, actually, it works in all sides. I guess there isn't a discount shit going on here. I can't get a discount. Got distracted. I got distracted. I have to finish this. I want to help people. You're already doing that. You're right. I'm helping people who get caught in cases we investigate. But what about the criminals we catch? Are we really leading them to the correct path? And if we are not, they're brought in on themselves. That's true for most, but there's not everyone we bring in. There are others who were merely pushed out of the society or meddled with the things they shouldn't have. You know that, right? There may be others apart from us who help those who get caught in the cases, but who's helping the people who already fell from grace? That may be something only we are capable of. If the people we bring in for corrections are treated unjustly, I have to know. Of course, you always have to know, yet the finding out part is always my job. I'm sorry, I won't force my hand into this. It's your choice. My choice. Okay. Do you know what? Ever since my skill came to light, nothing in my life has ever been my choice. My whole life has been nothing but being dragged along by people actually doing the choosing. If it wasn't even my choice to become a sergeant, it should have been you, not me in this role. I just went along with your choice. With the slightest touch, I could find out most of any truth I wanted to, but I have no idea what the truth I was supposed to find out. But unlike the me from back then, I can't help people. I have never been happier. It's all because I went along with your choice. So I guess this is nothing new. I will do it. Thank you, partner. And now we will have to find him dead. Oh shit! That painting. Alright, Bernard. It's in a meeting. There's no one here. We're going to do this now, Sergeant, but why exactly am I reading the memories of the Chief Inspector of Operation? I have asked him about this before. He got the look of someone who knows something. Also, he recently started talking about the underground. He may have gotten an invitation to go down there. You should have told me before this related to the underground. Ah, sorry, you went back out? Whatever, we've come this far. Oh, by the way, the underground is the place where if you guys don't remember, is the place with all the people with superpowers that are Oppenheimer level. Oppenheimer level is higher than Einstein level. Like over here, as you can see, we have Bowie level, Cult level, and STE level, which is the higher like possible that you can have without like getting like sent to like the underground. Oppenheimer level is like the power of the atomic bomb, things like time travel and creating things without nobody knowing that they are there beforehand. Things like that. That's why you are my partner. What an absolute snake in the grass. So let's set up. My brother should be back soon. Is this really okay? We're pretty much betraying your own flesh and blood. I mean, when it comes to Bernard, we've always been close, yet with a certain distance between us. We were separated as children since I was sent off to the staff training facility. Plus, he was always more interested in public good than in family ties. So I'm totally doing this much. Let's be quick. Bernard Medan knows vaguely of what skill I carry. If I touch him, he's going to suspect me. I'm going to have to make up some sort of skill for touching him. I got to touch a few things around his office to investigate, then I can find a way to do it naturally. Alright, let's get started. Okay, huh? They're all Bernard he should organize them. Let's have a look. Out of all the jackets, he only touches this one. It seems he only using this thick jacket recently. It's quite cold for October. So if you got to touch him, it might be good to use this coat. A t-shirt. The title, we have one just like that in our office. Even the same color, huh? Didn't Brian buy the one for our office? Now that you mention it, your brother really liked the tea we served him when he dropped by our office. I would have bought him one if he asked it, but to stoop so low. Let's see here. Smells like black tea, just like the tea in our office. Feels like it's been getting steady use recently. We might be able to use that. Huh? He's been an art forward. I always see him carrying around when he has a job to do. That's all, let's see here. Has your brother seen a doctor? I don't think so. At least I haven't heard anything about it. There's a doctor note in the folder. What should I read the memory of it? That's quite all. John, you really need to stop digging into this. You're about to open the floodgates. Come on, floodgates, really? What is this then? A note from your psychiatrist. What are you doing with that? You were treated by a bureau-approved psychiatrist, right? It's not in private anymore. You don't need this paper to tell you that. Isn't that why you sought treatment? Your compulsion is still getting worse. You care deeply for people you have no jurisdiction over. You should be looking out for yourself. The Mana First Division is doing all right now, though. That should be enough to satisfy you. I'm satisfied with that. Actually, I am more than satisfied. My colleagues are different from the people in operations. They are special. How should I put this? They are like a family to me. Yet I want to know more. The result of the work done on those people, I can't just stop. Even if it costs your life. That's a given. John, you found me out. How much did you hear? Just a little. That's a relief. Tempers flared that day. Don't worry, isn't that always the case with family? Then you heard everything. Yep, that took one for the team. Bernard should be coming up soon. Let's get everything ready. If we over-prepare though, he will get suspicious. I'd better to pick just one item to use. Bernard, it's time to choose. If I hit up the handle, I'll make him spill his tea. Then if I move up to wipe the spill, it will look natural. It's coming. Sergeant, John, Caucasus, what are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing in operations? I have a meeting scheduled with Chief of Operation, but he said he was going to be late. Finished up an hour meeting, so I should wait in his office. Come to think of it, Bernard did stop by our office to look for Brian yesterday. I'm concerned regarding that this meeting might be about, but I don't have time to fixate on that right now. I see two of you have a business with the Chief as well. Yes, we did have business to discuss with him, right, Pandorio? Sure. I wonder how that needless lie is going to come back to bite me in the butt. Then would you like a cup of tea while we wait? I mean, the chief isn't here, so you should you really be touching his things? It's fine. He told me to put a kettle. Besides, I'm the one who brought the... Ouch! That's hot! What about we do? What do you think? We messed up, huh? I think I made the wrong choice back there. Oh, okay. Rip his folder? He's coming, okay. Sergeant John, what are you doing here? I was about to ask the same thing. Okay, let's see. Keep. No, thank you, I'll pass. We're unlikely put a spanner in the works if he hangs about. What should we do? John, get him out of here. Huh? Brian, come to think of it, I had something I wanted to tell you. About the case? About the orphanage. Our methods are more complicated than I thought, so I think you're going to need to help me. Got some time? Yes, but now I have... Don't worry. I'll let the chief know something came up. I'll leave it to you then. Good luck. Yep. Sergeant Redfins. Hello, sir. That's first to be coming all this way to see me. Have you perhaps seen Brian? He was called away on an urgent business, and I said he'd be late. He sent me to pass along the message. Is that so? Were you going to make a cup of tea? Oh, please excuse that. It's just so much like the one in our office I accidentally moved it. The color was a gift from Brian, so I do like it, but I try not to let it show. That man can be rather bothersome at times. Indeed, but I do believe it's not to be brown-nosing but genuine compassion on his part. Oh, of course, he's the sort. I'd like to stay and share a cup of tea, but I think my next meeting is going to run long. Just came to pick up the documents and be off. Tell Brian... Oh, bloody hell, I'm in too much of a rush. Let me help you clean this up. Oh, thank you. Didn't you say you were going to help? What? Ah, that's sorry. There's this certain matter and I just thought of a clue I must be getting back. Oh, of course, hard work as always. Indeed. Damn it all. Couldn't I have thought of a better excuse? I mean, I could have just left when Bernard left. However, if I had stayed in that room... Ugh. The documents in Bernard's memory, could they be real? What on earth? What have I done? What on earth? Well, Andrea, how did it go? Did you pull it off? I don't know how to cope with the truth, but for John... John, from this point on, I don't want you to say a word. I just want you to listen. Right now, I don't think I can do anything but tell you the complete and honest truth. Okay. We, and I mean all of us at the Man Affair Division, are part of some top secret project. It's a tyrannical project run by none other than the head of the bureau, Herman Mond. It's called the Tetrapod Project. The project goal to combine hundreds and thousands of phenomena into one skill that will target the entire world. A skill to extinguish mana worldwide. If they were actually able to pull that off, it would solve one of the world's greatest problems. But to accomplish the goal of their project, they need hundreds of staff and staffers at the very least. The project needs a materials, and phenomena events most often manifest as staffers. They need to be able to freely experiment on them, and dispose of them when those experiments go wrong. But even though this is the role we're talking about, they couldn't just grab staffers ranked as 18 and lower. Plus, the terrorists caught by the operation and the staff disposed by the materials just wasn't cutting it. To expedite the project, they needed more supplies. To increase the supply, they established the Mana First Division of the London branch. The criminals we have been catching have been used as free supply materials for the Bureau's project. Why go through all this? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Why? Because they feel they have to hurry. For the sake of this world, they think they could end at any moment. They call the threat level Noah, and it exists. Noah? A phenomenon so great, it will wash over the world like a great flood, so they named it Noah. Yeah. The Arks. Yes, I remember. Thus, they wish to build their seawall as quickly as possible to stop that wave. Well done. From the very beginning of our world... John? Thank you, Pandoria. I feel a lot better knowing. Of course, he's unshaken. I finally know what the feeling I get when I am around you is. It's not yearning, it's jealousy. That's why I feel all this hate for you burning inside, for leading me straight into this truth. I detest you. You will take this case in stride and be better for it. I'm not sure about me, though. I'm not sure if I can keep helping you. Oh. Huh? Well, that's a way to end this. What are you doing over there? No, you you're different. What? What happened? No, no, show me. But what? But what is this? What did you see? Nothing. I see nothing. Nothing. Where am I? Ah, Pandi, you're awake. Nothing at all. I see nothing at all. As if I had nothing. Yeah, I see nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Pandi, you're awake. Tina, where's John? He's not there anymore. They took him to the morgue. Brian is with him. So don't you worry. Right, John is... They ruled it suicide, a punishment for causing so much commotion in the bureau. Security clearance of our division has been downgraded. What have I done? However, here. I'm too much of a dummy, so I thought you should have a look at this instead. Case files. What is this though? How did this happen? Come in. Back on your feet? That's a relief. We can't have you missing the funeral. What did you do? Well done. I guess you're not here to pay your respects concerning what happened to my little brother. Where are your prints on the rope John was hanging from? I think you got the wrong idea. I'm sure I told both Tina and Brian the rope was originally mine. Of course you're going to say that, but according to the documents I have... Okay. Yeah. That's bullshit. What? No. Maybe this one? Maybe the other one. Yeah, I completely confused the bullshit there. You did say your statement that you lent the rope to Sean. What? So you knew this whole time? However, Dina detected a normal heartbeat during your testimony. And a normal heartbeat. Ah, I see. That girl Dina, she did say she figured out a new trick. I forgot about that. Have I crossed over to the criminal side now? What are you talking about? What do you think I'm talking about? Isn't that the reason you came here? It was me. I killed John. Welp. I guess that's the whole mystery. Why? Because he tried to dig too deep. You have been at the broad long enough and that I shouldn't have to explain it to you. John made his choice. He wanted to know everything, even if it killed him. So I had to have a choice to make too. At least, with killing him, it prevented the truth from getting out. After all, it's the world's last chance for survival. And in my family, we respect each other's choices. My god, what are you even saying? Go shout it from the mountaintops if that's what you want. After all, it wasn't my sin alone. Nothing will change. It will only be your neck on the chopping block. I don't have any more business here on the ground floor regardless. Yours will probably be the last face I see up here. Enjoy your stay. But I would recommend keeping your mouth shut as best as you can. Well, I see. That's why. What's going on? Why am I just standing here? Where am I even supposed to go? John's gone now. There's no one left to use me. No one to lead me around on my leash. So now it's time for me to make the choices. I get it now. The reason why you were laughing. If you can laugh it off like it's nothing, this world becomes too painful to live in. So even now, I can't stop laughing. Now I am thinking about it. I have always lived like that. Every time the world let me down, I would always laugh instead of cry. It's clear to me now. I never wanted this moment to come. Yeah, so that's basically... We're going back to the present. That's the truth of what happened 2 years ago. Are you insane, woman? Even if you did know about the project, why would you talk about it here? Do you know what... Do you want there to be a mass suicide? My apologies, but we heard about the Noahs yesterday from the cabinet secretary himself. Not finding out about that project just changes the number of reasons to kill us from 1 to 2. But what this mean for you? Documents from the case you pleaded guilty 2 years ago turned up in the late chief's secret stash. So again, what do you think this means for you? Just as you say, my reason for resorting to kill him went from 1 to 2. You couldn't have... No! How could you? So what if I did kill the chief? So what if I ended his life to shut his fat mouth? The 1 hour promise to you is up. This is me we're talking about though. A person from the underground. No matter how much you wriggle and writhe, you will see no punishment from me. That's the case for now. However, is that really it? Pardon? No, where's this coming from? You look like you're in some of your solving moods. Just strange is all. For both the case 2 years ago and the one right now, if nothing bad comes from fessing up to murder, why go through all this trouble to hide them? There's no noble blood in my veins. Of course I have to hide my shady dealings. What's in this anyway? On my side of all things, don't tell me, are you about to say that all of this wasn't my doing? No, you're definitely fabricated the suicides 2 years ago. But you weren't acting alone. You had an accomplice. Didn't you? No, what are you saying? I have... Okay, see you later, Akechi. Thank you for coming. This... Huh? Documents from the case 2 years ago that the chief hid away clearly point to Bernard Medan for this. But that's not the end of it. Within these documents, an odd contradiction is hiding. Speed. Do you believe? Yes. Let me think. Yeah, no. This one. Huh? I know that there's something... I know that there's something here and here. I know that there's some bullshit, like very obvious bullshit here. Like, but I don't know how to mark it. That's my problem. My problem is that in this trace photo, there's some fish fingerprints missing. Wait a minute. No, there's nothing. Yeah, this thing over here. 2 years ago, you gave this statement right here. So you robbed... I finally understand. Brian helped him. Brian is his accomplice. But why? Did I? Yes, but during that part an abnormal heartbeat was detected. Ah, yes, I found the new rope to do the deed with. That's so. If that works, why were you prints left on the rope 1 month before? Well, I couldn't tell you why for sure. It's not that I don't find that strange as well, but the contradiction means little in and of itself. Right, it means nothing at all. It has no bearing on charges being leveled at Chief Medan. But why the contradiction? To put it in our words, it seems like an error in the document. An error? That's right, it's either the trace photo or the witness statement. One of them got to be wrong. In fact, the error was probably a part of the fabrication. A fabrication so good only the detective who wrote out the document would be able to tell. To think that the falsified part must be this one right here. The falsified part is this one. So, Brian, why? What? What? No, the rope, the heartbeat. The normal heartbeat detected here. That must be the error. Is it the right Detective Thina? I got it wrong. Thina is the one helping him. Thina? The sergeant was just coming to after the shock, and it was Detective Thina who gave her the document. Something about what she said, it makes it seem like there's more behind the story. The normal heartbeat detector here looks different from the ones Detective Thina usually notes down, right? The day finally came. Just can pull the wool over no side, can I? Tina, what did you do? What are you all talking about? Messing up a document like that can only mean... That's right, Medan's statement was no lie. In the end, no one could simply murder the Detective John. Tina? Haha, sorry. I truly am sorry. If I didn't do it, Pandy, you would have thought you killed him yourself. Chief Bernard Medan, with Chief Thina's help, you fessed up the setting up the murder 2 years ago, right? You fessed up, but you still left yourself enough room so you could wriggle out if you needed be. After all, you only admitted you did it to the sergeant. Even now, we're only pointing out the possibility you did it, and you're just playing along at being the culprit. Just like 2 years ago, to hide the truth. You ruined everything, and it was going so well. You're all just like my damn brother. I was instructed by Bureau not to punish the lot of you. All we had to do was disband this division. There's no more punishment would be needed. Then you say you're going to investigate, digging into the past. And here I am pulling out my hairs, thinking I'm going to kill myself trying to get in your way. Do you know how shameful it was doing all of this to protect a culprit I didn't even know the identity of? But that's only if one of us is the culprit. If we're all innocent, you won't have to do that. I wish that were the case. Huh? Anyway, red fins. Cut the crap. Surely, stop with this nonsense. You think I'm going to believe anything you have to say? I'm sorry. I thought I could paint myself as the ill-fated protagonist, shouldering the burden, and I thought I was satisfied with that. You called me that one time, so I didn't think we'd pull into this again. I was tired enough of it. Red fins. John really did kill himself. Shit. Seriously, cut the... Pandy. Don't touch me. Right. We just need more evidence. I'll just have to investigate the crime scene once more. Note, I leave this to you. Keep your spark flipped. Sergeant, it must be so painful to know you were believing a falsified truth for 2 whole years. But for her, Sergeant, you're carrying out an investigation based on an emotion alone. Aren't we all supposed to be tools? Note, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. Clearly, I'm not who you think I am. Then the person I met on the balcony yesterday, was that not you either? Can't you just let me win a single time? Sergeant? Note, even if I'm not around, you keep asking questions. So, man, this is like... This is not a mystery anymore. This is like a drama. And that's how things stand out. Always so quick to act. I wouldn't have seen him again anyways, since I was handed underground. Couldn't even respect his older brother enough to... I'm sorry, as his colleague, I should have suspected sooner. He hid where his head was at from me too. If you had figured it out first, that would have been sad. But seriously, even yesterday it seemed like nothing was the matter. Yesterday, Redmond read my memories. According to Brian, she was with Sean. It was probably he who put her up to it. He discovered the secret locked away in my memories. But he couldn't handle the truth, and here we are. It's not the rarest forms of reaction. Then Pandy, no matter how you look at it, she was the one who pulled his trigger. At least that's how she will see it. Pandy. I mean, this is a problem, but more important is her safety. What? Is Pandy in danger? A lot of the documents I've been exposed to recently are top secret underground files. If the boss were to suspect, and if he were to find out red things... He can't. If that happens, I lose Pandy too. Calm down, I know what you're scared of. Thankfully, the situation isn't bad yet. After all, Redfins couldn't reach John's memories. If you help me out, we can ensure Redfin's safety and relieve her of the burden of her guilt. Will you help? Sure, I'll just head back to operations for a while. Good. Then we'll make me the culprit. What? You just took my statement, right? Just manipulate part of it. Make it look like I lied to hide my crime. After that, show it to Redfin once she regains consciousness. Redfin won't be in the best state of mind, so she won't suspect the document, and she will immediately suspect me as the culprit. She won't hold herself responsible for John's death, and she won't have any reason to spread the information she took from my mind. I head down to the underground and stay there. I'll report to my superiors that John had to be taken care of because he stole classified documents. It's perfect. Why are you doing all this? For Pandy. I talked to John 2 days ago. He said you all are like family to him. He said that right in front of me. His actual family member. I still wonder what he meant by that, but there's no way for me to figure out now. It's just, I want to be included in that group, as the dummy actual family member. I'll sacrifice my own life for the people he cherished. At least that's what I want to think. Pandy, she will never want me to do this. But your suggestion is enticing, only because I want to protect her. So, I play the criminal. I'll become a traitor. As always, I'm simply the worst colleague. Sorry, Medan, I guess I was the worst candidate for you too. You never did follow my orders. That's nothing new. Medan, why did Sean kill himself? Ever since he was an officer in operation, John had this compulsion to help people. During this time in operation, he was forced to bring harm to people, so it was probably defiance of his position that led him to be like this. He simply couldn't stand the paradox of it all. That's when he began his work to save as many lives as he could. That's actually why I sent him to this budding division in investigations. By that you mean the Man Affairs division. That's right. There he was able to get along with you a lot and help people, so it seemed calm his mental illness. However, that's also when he began to sense that there was something odd in the way the criminals were treated, and he relapsed in his old ways. Then when he found out the project and the Noahs, damn him. He just couldn't leave it alone. However, it's simply not something one man can have an effect on. After all, it deals with the absurdity this world is built upon. He couldn't handle it. That's why he gave up. I never thought him capable of it. Then that means you knew your brother was suffering from mental illness? Yes, that's what I just told you. Then, what's going on? If that's true, then what on earth is this? Yeah, what's this? Then what's about this doctor's note? This was in the folder with the documents about the case 2 years ago. It's from Psych Clinic. Apparently John went to see a psychiatrist. This record of his visit. I've been thinking about this for a while, but take a look at the middle part. Is that something the chief had? Something from his secret stash? How's that possible? Didn't you say John had a mental illness? He did, and I checked it out myself, but this isn't John Medan's medical record. Then whose is it? There's only one person who could be. Only one person involved in the case 2 years ago with any sort of mental problems. And that person's name is Redfence. Pandoria Redfence. My mouth won't open. Why was this doctor note kept there? Note? You froze. Does that mean no one comes into mind? No, I got the person, but let's calm down. We don't know all the facts yet. We're still in the middle of an investigation. It's not time to worry about a future that's still up in the air. The sergeant received that shock 2 years ago and hasn't been able to touch people since, right? That's true, but note, why exactly are you bringing up the search now? There's no one else here who might have a mental disease. Even if they did, it wouldn't be held against them as a sign of weakness. Note? But the sergeant didn't. Being unable to touch people, that could be considered mental disease, right? Note, are you serious? When it comes to investigations, I'm always serious, you know that? I want to say it either, but however, I can't help but entertain the possibility. After all, that's how the search taught me. No, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. There's a possibility that Sergeant may have lied about having a mental illness. He may actually be able to touch people. And also, she may have been threatened by the chief because of that. Note? Do you know what you're implying? I do, I'm well aware. But if the search really did lie about touching people, what's that mean for us? If we look at the big picture, we can find two reasons for it. Why did the chief... She was lying. No? Okay. there's only one other thing. Things from the past. The certain skill allows her to read the memories of anything she comes in contact with. Also, when she touches a person, she's able to see through the eyes of the person and get their visual memories. And until today, she was quite adamant that she couldn't see visuals. She said it was because she couldn't touch another person's body. But what if she can? I'd be like before. She could look back on the crucial moments of the case, right? Yes, perhaps. No. That's her only goal in this. She wouldn't need this excuse about not touching people. She just had to pretend she wasn't good at using her skill anymore. She couldn't pretend with that alone. She had another reason. And that reason has to do with you, Detective Tina. Huh? I should have shown her the reason why the Sergeant can't touch people and its relation to Detective Tina. Have a document. Well, I guess it's Detective Tina's skill. The closer the vibration, the more his part, I guess. Detective Tina, you're able to detect minute vibrations with the skill. You're able to detect abnormal heartbeats. However, when you want to do that, you need to be touching the same thing. Note? So Pandy was avoiding my skill? I wish I was wrong about this, but if there's no information refuting it, there's no reason to dig any deeper. If she needed an excuse not to touch you, there's no better than claiming a mental illness. The departed chief of investigation was holding onto the doctor's note, and we have circumstantial evidence that he was threatening someone. In other words, you have a theory. You think Redfin is the one who killed the chief, don't you? I consider the possibility. Don't be ridiculous, that's surely already arrived at the station. I'm starting to sound like him. Listen carefully, if Redfin isn't your culprit, it's either Tina or Brian. Huh? Ever since you left the underground, I have a man stationed at the entrance of investigation instructed to track your movement. According to my man's report, you four were the only ones in the wing yesterday. That's why I was trying to block the truth from being revealed. John treasured these people. So I tried to make it look like I was the culprit, even though it wasn't the honorable thing to do. But you, what's your goal in all of this exactly? Before, when I tried to interfere with the investigator, you didn't bat an eyelash. But now you're acting sheepish. Whose side are you on? Madame, you're going too far. Now let him think. After all, time's almost up. The truth is Tina. Well, let's put a pin on that for now. We're still lacking proof. You're right, there's a very high probability that Redfin was threatened. As you say, however, that doesn't mean she was the culprit. To return to our case, the culprit was able to enter the room by replicating the victim's footprints. But that's it. There's no footprint leaving the scene. It was Redfin herself that pointed that out. Also, as you know, hiding in the room was impossible for her because the sergeant, she left the building with me last night. It's clear from the documents we have gathered so far, it's impossible for her to put a crime on her. However, it's as it always is. The truth is, I have uncovered only changed the world for the worse. But why is that? However, if one of the people we're investigating is our culprit, even though I know that, even with all the anxiety filled in my body, it's quite possible that one of the documents has been altered or fabricated in some way. I'm not ready. I can't face my choices. If our culprit tricked us with this part, anyone could be the culprit. Okay. Yes. As I thought, it was the flower. She could have cloned herself. The dried flower? Yes, the dried flower that creates replicas. We thought no one had used it. We thought that way because the sergeant recorded in her memory survey that it hadn't been used in a while. However, if the sergeant made this part up, you mean if she's the culprit? Yes, if that's the case, this memory survey is the fabrication. If she made use of the certain property of the dried flower carries, she could have carried the body into the room without leaving any footprints going out. The properties that will allow her to do so is written right there. And that makes sense with the face she made last night. It wasn't... Yes. I thought this guy was the bad guy, but... He wasn't. The fact that the replica disappears after 30 minutes, using this, the culprit could have just pulled it off. When our couple went in for the first meeting with the chief, they secretly stole both the dried flower and the rubber band that served as the murder weapons. Then, at 8:30, the culprit returned to the crime scene. However, it wasn't the real culprit. It was the replica created by the culprit with the help of the dried flower. It followed the orders the culprit gave, knocking on the door to lead the victim out of the room. Then, once the victim came out in the hallway, the culprit took the clothes off the ball, vaporizing the victim's heart. Then the culprit grabbed the victim as he fell. The culprit lacked the strength to move the body, but that was no problem. The culprit just had to make 2 replicas. Then the 2 culprits moved the body back into the room. Since they were already wearing the same shoes as the victim, which the culprit prepared beforehand, they were able to disguise their footprints to look like the victims. After that, the 2 replicas went over to where the victims hung his clothes and waited until they disappeared. If the replicas were made about 20 minutes before, this will give them about 10 minutes to commit the crime before they disappeared. So after replacing the staff and heading to where the shoes were, the replicas disappeared. Then the only thing left in the room were the victim's footprints. That's with something unusual about the victim's stride. That's why the footprints were like that. Why it seems so plausible? At the very end, you refuse to name your culprit. So what are you planning to do about Redfins? As I said before, bringing the investigation to a close changed nothing. But are the lot of you alright with that? Will you be able to treat Redfin the same way you always treat her? We can't postpone this any longer. It's time you made a choice, all of you. As for me, I will choose to cover this up. Because I couldn't see the person John opened his heart to in prison. Considering the threats, her action were justified too. The threats. But after everything, I think this choice is out of my hands. If you don't decide this yourself, you'll probably have to live with the regret of the rest of your lives. Then in the end, it was her, Pandy. No, isn't there anything else? Pandy couldn't have done that. Tina, isn't that right? Isn't the end? Just like always, there's one more thing, right? Right? Tina, you got to stop. Then all that's left now is... Note? The threats. The chief threatened Sergeant Redfin. All because Sergeant pretended to have a mental illness. How could that be turned into a threat? Why was the doctor note in the folder with the case files from 2 years ago? Plus, what reason did the Sergeant have for hiding the fact that she could use her skill on people 2 years ago? What was she thinking back then? What path did she choose to walk down? If in the very beginning she was able to read the people's past. In all the cases thus far. Note, what are you doing? That's where we gather all the cases we have solved. The murder at Trump Tower on October 20th. The murder at the Woods on November 25th. The event at the Miller residence on December 10th. And then yesterday's. Murder on the December 24th. In each of these cases, the sergeant, she always... Okay. She's always trying to... She's always trying to, like, stop you from investigating. Always. I didn't notice, but Redfins always tries to, like, tell you, no, nothing's happened, we should fail. Fucking... Because she knew about the project. Note, are your throat is still a mess? No, that face. It's already reached the conclusion. Sergeant, are you listening? I figured it out. Sergeant, I know what you wanted. I see. Finally. You're seeing the real me. Pandy? Tina, I'm sorry about everything from here, and thank you. I wanted to thank you for 2 years now. Bernard, I made you carry a heavy burden. My apologies for that. You can't. John always talked about you. You too, Brian. Thank you. It was nothing. I just... Yes, I'm including that too. I just want to say thanks. Note, come to me. We don't have much time, so I will talk while you walk. Is that okay? Yes. It's not the way to the crime scene. She's not at the crime scene. Pardon? I'll be back. Our conversation will continue by spork. If you want to hear, just keep your spork upside down. Those who don't wish to hear can cover their ears. Neither choice is the wrong one. What's going to happen? One way or another, it seems that no one here truly knows the real Redfins. And that's my fault? Because 2 years ago I lied to Pandy? I knew. There was no way not to. When Medan said all that, I could see it on your face. The part about changing his statement. I figured that out later. This whole time I knew, but I said nothing. And that's not it. This whole time, every minute of it, I've been deceiving you. I'm curious about one thing. Why did you order me to investigate this case? If I hadn't ordered you to do it, would you have sat there quietly and done nothing? Of course not. I knew it was going to be like this, so I made it look like I was actively taking part in the investigation. Because of that, you were able to fool the memory survey to hide the truth. Just as you have been doing this whole time. Sergeant, you have been able to touch people. Because of that, you have been able to see the images captured by the victim by touching their bodies. That changes everything. Not just with this case, but with every previous case. And the meaning of everything we have gone through. Right, tell me what you're thinking. In the case of the Trump Towers of the first day I arrived, the one where the clown Galler killed the ringleader, there was one clue I didn't understand. The blood on the ceiling, that was the only clue not left by Galler's crime. Maybe it was a trap, a lure she constructed to interfere with the investigation. The victim had his propulsion skill. Thus, if the victim had actually used his skill to kill himself, it would have left the mark on the ceiling. And if the crime had been ruled as suicide, all members of Trump Tower would have been cleared of their charges. That was what Galler wanted, so she prepared her trap. But her trap was missing one thing. The victim Burroughs file. We didn't have it, so we couldn't have known his kill. It would have been impossible to rule it as a suicide. But it just so happened that you went to the gambling hall and got your hands on the Bureau file. I'm sure you knew that the clue you were holding had nothing to do with the facts of the crime, After all, you knew Galar did it with a single touch. You knew, but you didn't tell us a thing. You left the scene of the crime to get his bureau file, and then when the investigator hit rough waters, you remind me that the victim was a staffer. In the end, you were leading me to the conclusion that the victim committed suicide. It's nothing that I wanted you to ignore Galar's sins. It's just that I wanted it to be the police, not us, who brought her in. I didn't think her evil enough to be forced to take part in the project. I saw everything the victim did to Galar. His blows were only one small part of the abuse. Yet when Galar killed the victim, he was crying. Next, we went to Woods, the facility that handled creatures. The culprit was Kendrick Hawes. He used the other suspects like chess pieces to kill his own boss. But Woods held one more secret, one unrelated to the truth of the case. The inhuman creature research being carried out in the underground labs. It was named Beck, the vice president who was in charge of them. You accidentally came into contact with Beck. That's when you found out about the facility. Those atrocities came as so much of a shock to you that you hit Mr. Beck 2 times. Sergeant, you were afraid of what might have happened if those secrets were to be revealed to the outside world. So when Detective Tina suggested we continue investigating, you tried to cut her off and end the investigation. In the end, you saw what effect leaking the information had. That was information that shouldn't have gotten out like that. You realized we could always arrest Host later. Next was the incident. Accident, really, at the Miller residence. It was the tragedy caused by the victim's own foolish behavior and the lack of communication between husband and wife. I'm not sure when it was that you touched Miss Miller, but you had plenty of time to do so. Brian and I arrived at the scene late, and Detective Tina was investigating the second crime scene. You knew the pain truth of the case would bring to Miss Miller, so you tried to hand the case off to materials. Then during the investigation, Seth Vering ran off due to my mistake. The only thing you were doing there was trying to get me to give you an answer. But Brian and I continued our investigation. When we finally uncovered the truth, you tried to convince Brian and I to conceal the truth from Miss Miller. I still think not telling her was the right answer. However, Brian knew the truth as well. He made his choice. I merely decided to respect his decision. It's dangerous to think I'm the only one with the right answers. Then there was the case yesterday. The murder of the Oppenheimers in the underground. With that one, I was hard to find the truth. Even with your ability to read memories from corpses, it was also quite difficult for you to naturally graze against the suspects. But yesterday, you made your clearest move. When I was revealing the truth about Doug, you tried to deceive us by saying there was a memory on the memo left at the crime scene, when the memory didn't exist at all, in an effort to cover up the truth. Fuck. It was all there. Did I really want to save Doug? I'm still not sure. But considering how much you knew about the Noahs, I had to do everything in my power to stop you. Yes, that was what's the best for me. That's it. That's your secret. You find out the truth before everyone else, and if that truth turns out to be dangerous, you change it. You alter it. Until it's the ideal truth for you. For 2 years, Sergeant, ever since the fateful day, you have been carrying on just like this, haven't you? Just like 2 years ago when Detective Tina hid the truth about the suicide for your sake. That's right. Just like Brian also knew the truth and said nothing. Just like the people most precious to me did for me. However, I knew everything. That day of all days, it was impossible for me to see nothing. I saw it all. I saw him tie the noose around his neck, and I saw how he swung back and forth like a pendulum. But because of this red light on my arm, that won't ever come off. I couldn't continue on as if I knew nothing. But that was when I realized there was something I could do. After all the pain I lived through, I was going to keep it away from others. Note, it was good to hear all of your stories. When I heard the stories of all the suffering your wounds brought you, I felt like I wasn't alone in this world. Finally, we come to stand face to face. I'm starting to get scared. The person behind the door is really the person I knew her to be? Okay, here's the moment of truth. What's wrong, Note? You can start things off. Sergeant, aren't we detectives? Yes, we are detectives. But our job isn't about changing the world. The world doesn't change just because one person in this immense city feels despair. And even if we cling on to what hope we have to keep living, the world stays the same as it's always been. Note, I'm not trying to do something as grandiose as changing the world. I'm only trying to help the people I can, those within my circle of influence. But that's not our job. You're right, but this is something only we can do. As the people who first find the truth and tell of it, we can help people. Even if the people don't want our help, the moment they want the help is the same moment they found out the truth. But then we can't help them. We can't do anything to hold back the pain. We found out the truth, judge it, and move on. That's the best we can do. Sergeant, that does help. But murdering the chief, was that to help people too? It was. Once you learn the truth, you will understand. Is there a single person in this world who deserves death? That's an interesting topic, but I think we should be fretting about now. There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder. That's the all important topic for the likes of you. But for now, just trust me and wait a second. When the time is right, I'll promise I will tell you. Trust, affection, emotion. Those turn logic itself illogical. The thoughts of losing one relationship is enough to send you down a path of no return. It is just a theory of mine. You can mix people and reason. Filter all of those out. After all, that's the only logic should remain. Trust me, Note. You don't always have to focus on the truth. We're detectives after all. The only thing we believe in is the verified truth. Thus, the only thing I can only truly say for certain is that the victim lived an additional 4 days. You will have to live with that truth too. She's completely different from herself. Everything she said is the opposite. Would you stop talking, please? Sergeant, I just have one more question to ask. Have we ever truly met? We met last night, right here. That was me. That time alone, that was me. I can't believe you. We are detectives. Aren't detectives supposed to find out the truth? Indeed, and you found out the truth. Now to find the truth that lies beyond that what you see. That's all I did. And in the end, John died. Note, you have dug up more in your 2 months here than anyone else in the city has ever. But all the truth you found, what did it bring? Note, you already know the answer. Truth is not necessarily noble or beneficial to anyone. The truth isn't always right. Some truth can hurt people. I idealized John because he was actually a weak person like me. Thus his death. That's right. For us, especially many of the truth we seek are dangerous. That's why after we found them out, we have a choice to make. Choice. I'm not saying you shouldn't uncover the truth. I'm talking about the choice that exists on the other side of the truth. I want to become a person who handles the truth like they're revealed in the correct way. In that way, the pain we felt doesn't have to be felt by everyone. If the certain I know is who I think she is, she's more kind and caring than anyone I know, always looking out for those around her, and she's clever. I'm sure it isn't just trauma that has caused her act like this. She probably thought about this again and again before reaching her current conclusion. In fact, the advice she threw out those involving these cases, even though it was based in lies, definitely would have saved those people. Compared to that, all I did was... Note, you can choose a different path. You may think this painful truth to be necessary in this world. If you choose that path clearly, it's going to make things better. Because you're better than everyone. You may be able to change something I gave up on. However, I want you to walk together with me. You're the one who knows my pain. I want you to know, I want you to stay at my side. Note, take my hand. Is she going to murder me? Take her hand, don't take her hand. Eesh. If I take her hand, I will be walking down the same path she's on. At that moment, my life will change, or will it? If it feels like the world around me is speaking to me, telling me that time to choose is here. Telling me this choice will determine the path of my life will follow into the future. However, if an instant choice really determines all that, then does that mean everything I have done up to this point means nothing? I have changed since come to do this, I'm sure that much. I lost ideals. I found a goal. I lost justice, and I found people. I lost trust, and I found devotion. I lost faith, and I found hope. Every moment brought about change in me. Sergeant, if I take your hand, will that change me? If we don't let go, will we not change? Maybe, but I think not. Note, Sergeant, I took your hand yesterday, but that wasn't some huge choice. It was just because I wanted to know more about you. Not that I'm thinking about it. It was the same at Trump Towers and the same at the Woods and the Miller residence yesterday when we visited the underground. I never made a single choice. I just found the truths that were hiding in each place. Each and every time, I simply found that truth lying beyond everything. I'm sorry. Asking me to join you as you reach your hand through the fog. Even now, I only see you in that fog. But past that fog, I think there exists something I sincerely wish for. Note, we have already seen through that fog. We know that the only thing that at the end of it is regret. Yeah, you're right. So now, I want to see past those regrets. Why? Why try to go that far? Let's take my hand and live for people. Together. Now. That's enough. But there's a contradiction. Even though I know it will only cause more suffering, even though I know I'll regret it, still, I want to know more about you. If there's something unclear, I want to find the answer. Because I'm a detective. Sergeant, are you any different? Why must you keep trying to move forward? Out of all the truth I have uncovered thus far, I can't point to a single good one. That's how it is now. But people change as they move forward. I know nothing about this place and the people here. Yet I became a person who could stand at your side. I became a person that Detective Thin and Brian could rely on. I don't think the case we solved are the end of this story. I'm sure there still exists something beyond that. And I want to keep moving forward to find out what that is. Also, even if I lose you now, I'll be able to find you one day. Then you knew. It's because before, when we were talking about on the sporks, I knew you were hiding behind the fox, so I couldn't see your face. You used the dried flower, didn't you? I'm sorry. I wanted to meet you up here myself, but I already knew how things would turn out. After all, you never let me win. Sorry. No, I'm the only person who should be apologizing. I'm sorry I showed you nothing but lies to the very end, but I didn't want to get caught. The fog turned out to be too thin, and I have burned through all the cigarettes I had. Seriously, it was dumb precaution to take. When it comes to hiding feelings, no one got more confident than me. Ah. Honestly, it's not even funny. Sergeant. We're not right for each other in the slightest. I know you wanted to hide your face, but what I'm seeing now is what I have been wandering around in search of. That's why I wanted to hide it even more. I knew you'd come looking for me. If you say you'll come looking, I'll figure out I will want to let you find me. But I don't want to have to rely on anyone else again. If I try to rely on you, you might leave me too. So you have to run away from me. Because I'll always one step quicker, and I'll catch up to you, Sergeant. The day will come when I catch you, and I hope you will be there waiting. Right, you do that. It's always that way. You choose the path that I don't want to follow down. Always, always. Note, open the sewer drain under your foot. This is the music box. Of course, you had it the whole time. Inside I placed the truth I needed to hide the most. Whenever you're ready, you can open it. What do you think? It's a recording now. Sounds handy. I can think of a number of uses depending on the situation. Yes, you're right. It took me a long time to figure out how it works though. And it certainly sounds like it would. Your reaction feels a bit lackluster. Indeed it is. Apologies. Well, that's understandable. Sergeant Redfins, you have been a great help through the years. One day, the lot of you did stop listening to me though. I actually turned out to be quite helpful for me to get my messages across. Indeed. I'm sure life will get easier for you when you don't have me lurking around. There will be no one like me ordering you about, but you won't be able to do whatever you please like before. You never know. I'll miss the cheeky attitude of yours too. However, I do have one final request. Ask away. It's about Detective Case. You won't need him anymore. We succeeded as a plan in getting him noted by the cabinet secretary. Now it's time for them to trim their losses. But Notrick has become an integral part of our division. It's not a question of how useful he is to you lot. It's that I got no more use for Detective Case. Thanks to him, I got my promotion. Case is now only a threat. That lad's so curious he will give John Medan a run for his money. If I left him where he was, he'd probably catch me by one of two of my tails. I'm finally able to breathe, so I can't let that ankle biter be sniffing me out now. Speak of which, do you have a good strategy moving forward? A good strategy? What do you mean? I mean, are you going to scare the lad off? That one method, or are you going to take more heavy-handed approach? The more will be a good buy at the ground level for me. Not in my nature to be leaving behind possible threats. Though some method may be a bit too extreme. Do you have to? Notrick has already attracted the attention of the cabinet secretary. Do we really have to go that far? If you lot can think of a good way, I'll just do it how I was planning it tomorrow. What do you think? If your results are good enough, I might be able to return the favor. I can think of one good way. As expected from Sergeant Radfins. The ace up my sleeve. If you tie all this up with a pretty ribbon, I'll get rid of the files. I got it stashed away. But I need to do a test run. Would it be alright if I borrow a few pieces of your stuff here? You have here? My stuff. I just need two, actually. I need this musical box too. My test run will take an hour, and then I'll give them back. Alright, I mean, what's an hour? You're nothing but a nuisance to have around without being used. Well then, I'll be back in 8:30. Oh, and would you mind telling me your shoe size? I've been thinking of getting a farewell present. Oh, sensible at the very end. The one I got down here, let's see, are 9.5. Time to say goodbye, and I'm actually quite sad to be going. Indeed, now it's truly farewell. Sergeant, the reason you killed the chief was all because of me. Sergeant, why? Why would you hide this from me? If I had known I could have... Bye. Note. For now, I can go no further. So, if the day does come for you to catch me, on that day, reach your hand out to me. We found you. No, are you okay? Sarge, where did she go? Detective Brian, Detective Thina, you were listening. We were. Then the Sarge you met here, from the very beginning she was talking through the sporks. The one here was a replica made by the dried flower. Then it was all a pack of lies. Yes, everything I saw, everything I heard, everything I touched, it was all a fabrication. However, I think she left behind a little truth. You mean the conversation recorded in the musical box? The fact that what the search did was to save you? Right. So she wanted to hide it from me? The sergeant I trusted was a contained here. You think so? This is at the very least I won't let go of no matter what happens. Note. You're no matter what happens. Never. Right. It certainly seems that way. Of course. Because you, more than anyone, are a detective. Ah. So you got things. So get your things out here. No, you can't really be disbanding our unit, can you? Wasn't the mood last night so nice at the end? Doesn't it call for a cancellation of the disbandment business? The things that aren't decided by mood. You found out the truth, but the culprit was the head of your division. Then your sergeant took flight and it's now missing. You think about it, things are worse now than ever before. Ah, you got me there. If we are come to understand clear out quickly, from today this office is to be the headquarters of the Bureau Football Club. What? Why a football club? This is so disgraceful. It's like saying we're less productive than a football club. Don't discount our football club like that. We're really giving it a lot out there. They will call it soccer. You're a member too? What are Note and Brian up to at this time like this? Well, surprisingly, they might actually be doing something of importance. Well, this is the end, I guess. Is this the right way? It seems to be getting darker. Don't worry, it's just a career few people use. Explanation has me more worried. Now, would you please tell me who we are going to meet? Who's the person who called for me? I can't tell you, but first and foremost, apologies are in order. Huh? Not a certain topic of the project was brought up a number of times yesterday. Would you happen to remember the top secret project? You're talking about Project Tetrapod? Of course, you must be part of that project, huh? Indeed, actually you knew? It's just that there's been a lot of weight of your work this day, so when I saw that folder yesterday, I had a thought. Do you simply have a thought into all this? I mean, it's you, so you knew you'd figure it out on your own one day. 2 years ago, Medan, Chief of Operation back then, recommended me for the project. I guess keeping your word when someone asks a favor helps you with keeping secrets. The purpose of Tetrapod project is to completely eliminate all mana. If the project were to succeed, it would eliminate the needs of the Bureau and controls of Phenomena. There are quite a number of employees within the bureau who wouldn't find the idea pleasing, thus the project is kept confidential, even from those within the bureau. But are you okay with this? According to the sergeant yesterday, the project treats criminals in rather inhumane ways. Right, that's always the reason why I participate in this project. With me directly involved in the project, I can participate in the experiments that may cross the line. I see, and why are you telling me this all of a sudden? That's because you're not completely unrelated to this project. Huh? Cabinet Secretary. Are you the person who wanted to see me? That's right, I guess you weren't expecting me. What does he mean? I'm not completely unrelated. Caucasus Brian, explain. Pardon me? Oh, alright. He was just going to have Detective Brian explain why make his appearance now. No, the purpose of the Tetrapod project is to combine various skills, forming one single powerful skill. We want to create one new skill, with the power to wipe mana from this world. Acquiring the supply of staffer and staff to use as materials for this project is hard enough, but pulling together all those skills and mapping out how they fit together is the hardest task. All it would take is a single misstep to cause a huge accident. That's why the cabinet secretary needed a special person to be in charge of creating the blueprints of what that skill may look like for moving forward. Then the chief of investigations heard a noteworthy piece of news. In order to get noticed by the cabinet secretary, the chief of investigations had been scouting out the right person for the mapping role. That's when he happened to find someone. Not a staffer, but a superhuman in his own right, due to his power of logic and deduction. That's you. No trick case. I have conditions. Note. Were you not listening to my explanation? I heard you. You're saying you need my help with the project. Tell me. Pardon? This condition of yours. Tell me. I'm really not following the two of you. I have 3 conditions. The first is like Detective Ryan said before, I want to be involved in handling treatment of the staffer you use as project subjects. Alright. The only one with higher authority than you will be me. Next. Oh, that was fast. I don't really want to work with that man, but we might be able to bounce some ideas off each other. The next is... I was going to ask a favor from Chief Medan for this one, but I guess this is better. For what exactly? It's about the Bureau regulations regarding the staffer with the threat level Noah, Duke Touchstone. Duke's skill seems omnipotent at first glance, but his changes are limited to certain objects and entities. Based on that particular characteristic, I think it's possible to lower his threat to a controllable level. If you handle him now, I have written out, he should be able to safely use his skill until he has it under control. If you're able to bring Noah under your control, he may be a huge help to the project, don't you think? So you're asking me not to kill him. Note, when did you do all of this? You're getting sloppy. Controlling information he's supposed to and replanning his daily patterns, these are methods already implemented. Even with all of this, there's still a 0.1% chance of the Noah becoming a threat, so it's safer to eliminate him. However, I am quite interested in this part about using him in conjunction with another skill to suppress skill use. That could help us acquire a large amount of data for the project. I'll delay the elimination of the Noah by 10 days. You got until then to write out a more detailed list of regulations for the subject. Okay. Quite splendid aspect. Note, you're far from ordinary. Then it was worth staying up 2 whole days to write that out. You all can pat yourself on the back later. Our conversation isn't finishing. What's your last condition? About that. Nemi, how are you doing? Oh, the piano. Just let the piano stay. Hi, how are you doing? Why does an office of investigations have a piano in it anyway? Hurry up and get rid of it. If that thing is there, we will have nowhere to practice our dribbling. Why are you so serious about football? Note, what's going on in the head of yours? With my level of intelligence, I simply can't understand. In my opinion, I'm not quite sure either. Huh? Note! What are we going to do? They're disbanding the division. What's that? Is that like an octopus? No, it's a snail. Jump. About that, just now I had talked with Cabinet Secretary and advised him to cancel the dissolution of the Mana First Division. Really? You're not lying? However, he rejected the proposal since it was already decided upon. Then you were lying, huh? But in this place, the Cabinet Secretary created a new division of investigation directly under his supervision. We will all be transferred to the new Man Affairs Division in the Investigation Department. Now, I'm so happy for that. Less gay. I mean, it's just a formality. We'll basically be doing exactly what we were doing before. There's only one additional rule. We have to directly respond to the beck and call of the Tetrapod project. Tetrapod? I heard a bit about it from Brian yesterday, but we are really going to be... so you're now an official member of the Tetrapod project too. Detective Thina, you may be called down to the underground from time to time. What? I guess it can't be helped. We'll all be working together, right? That's right, all together. All of us, whatever that means now. Everything turned out as expected. Of course, this alternative is far more realistic than taking the case alone. Indeed, things are how they are. We'll be looking forward to working with you, Chief. What? No, you can't be serious. Were you surprised? I assigned you to the title of Chief of Investigation only yesterday. All of that would go away because of everything that happened yesterday. As long as Case is the architect behind the project, we're going to need people watching him. You got to stay on your toes and act swiftly. Indeed, things happen fast around here. Stop complaining. Damn it all. Hey, I gotta call you Chief again, or shall we use this my chance to call you Bernie? I said I'd kill you if you call me that again. I'm very fine. I'm finishing the game. Let me continue on you, Chief. And on a personal note, I prefer you over our last Chief. I'm losing it. So, who's going to be the new sergeant of the division? Of course, that should be... Note, there really is no other choice. Huh? I meant, I only got 2 months on the job, no? Still, you're the only one I can't think of for the position. After all, you created the division. What of it? I don't think of it's too heavy of a burden. We have only got 3 of us. 3 of us, right? She's gone now. Title Sergeant, I still hold such a different feeling for me. I have no intent of carrying on what she was doing. However, I told her I keep moving forward. I'll do it. I'll take on the role of Sergeant. Go get him, Note. Because it's you, I'm sure we'll do great, Note. Alright, I'm still inexperienced, but I'll lead the investigation team from now on. I guess I have already been leading the investigation team up to this point, no? I guess very little has actually changed then. That's settled. Let's get straight to work. From the look of it, you had quite a lot of work piled up. That's because we were detained the whole day yesterday. It's to be expected. Speaking of which, there was a case I was supposed to solve by this morning. What? By this morning you mean 10 AM? We don't even have an hour left. Let's head out. To the parking lot, everyone. Hey, John. In the end, I'm here too. Why didn't you hold out just a little longer? If you were still alive, one thing for certain. As things stand out, I'd be like family too. Mom. Well, that's a wrap. Oh, it hasn't ended yet. After checking out the floor plan of the 4th floor on the London branch of the Bureau, one might notice a room that looks out of place. When one heads the direction, they might notice an iron gate that wasn't on the floor plan. A damp breeze slips in through the door frame. My luck is good today. The fog covers the view. When the fog clears, the horrid view furrows my brow into a disappointing frown. I can see that the clock tower of my dreams was never there. But when the nondescript landscape is covered from sight, a multitude of people could be down there. Man. One of these days, Most of what came through the thick puffs of cigarette smokes were lies. But even if it was a tiny sliver, the truth I wished for remained. Just as it does so clearly, somewhere beyond the fog. This was an excellent game. Let me... These are the guys with no photos. All the patrons with no photos. Man, they really got a lot of patrons on that one. But yeah, I can notice this game is very well written. It's very good. I can say that maybe the what do you call it? The UI may be bad for you. The UI might like trick you, but recommended. Although most people that have been here have been watching me play it. There's one final thing before I leave the game. Is I start on this? Okay. Let's finish this thing. This is the last thing. It's the new year. Good job, you two. Let's finish the investigation there for today. We'll finish up. We have been prepared when you get back, Brian. Understood. No trick. Be ready for 6 o'clock. Don't forget your Athena support. Alright. Well then, I'll see you at the restaurant tonight, Brian. Indeed, see you then. Feels like things have settled into their place to a certain extent. There's certainly a good deal of your incident occurring in the Mana First Division compared to before. Has it really been a month since that case? Notrick, at our company dinner tonight, what would you like to eat? How about we make it something special that we don't usually go for? Then what means we splurge and go for something other than chips and Indian for the first time in a while? Though I can't make any promises regarding taste. Yeah, sounds good to me. I see the project on his mind again. He should give his thoughts a break from time to time. Huh? Brian, what's that? Oh, that was Trump Tower Theater. Looks like they're getting ready to go again. Oh yeah, but last time I saw it, the banners had been taken down. They were, however... No, maybe it'd be better if I took advantage of this situation. We still have time before our appointment, yes? Pardon? Yeah, about 2 hours or so. Well, then how about we play hooky, as you say, Sarge? Hey, let's see. What are they going to show me? Don't you think we'll have to dispute regarding plagiarism? Should be fine, no? It's not like they pay us much heed anyway. What's the subject of the discussion here? Yeah! My deepest apology, we have no intention of ignoring copyright laws. Detective Brian, it's been far too long. I must thank you again for before. And who's that with you? Detective Case? Yes. That's right, I had no idea you'd remember me though. My apology for bargaining in like this. I just saw the door was open and... That's so I remember, right? The man with the peculiar hairdo is Frederick Vernon, making the woman hiding behind him Oz Aston. During Note's first case upon arriving in London, these two were our prime suspects. I see the two of you are still around. When I saw that the banner had been taken down, I thought that that was the end of Trump Tower. Actually, we haven't been here in quite some time. The process of acquiring the rights to the theater has been a long and arduous one, keeping us away until recently. We are thinking of clearing away the cobwebs with practice before starting the show once more. After trying out this and that, we found that this is all we going for us. That's the peculiar look. I do remember Vernon despite the get-up. Still, with all that happened, it's probably going to be hard to continue under the name Trump Tower. That's why we're going just to thinking a new name for the circus. And since I handle ice and Freddy handles fire... A Song of Ice and Fire. What do you think? Copyright problems. It does sound catchy, but I feel like I heard it somewhere before. There's a famous theater goes by the exact same name. Then, A Dance of Fire and Ice? Changing a single word makes it feel even more like plagiarism. No, other traits then. We'll just have to go with a name I picked. Huh? No, but from this point forward, we're the Chaos Darkness Apocalypse. That sounds like a very lame metal band. Doesn't feel like the best name of them. Not good, very not good. Once you hear the philosophy that inspired the name, you'll think twice about it. No, I imagine hearing that will only make it worse. You think? Think you almost became the White Angel of Chaos Darkness Apocalypse. Well, yeah, well, sounds like you two almost had a real problem on your hands. I guess we got time to think about the name after all. We got a lot of other things to prepare for the performance. I was checking. A rather enjoyable concert to have in the end. This all thanks to you, Detective Brown. Without the help of the bureau employee, we would have never been allowed to use our skill during performance again. I'm glad to have been a help. I'd actually love to continue helping, but that will be quite difficult for the foreseeable future. Busy with investigation, yes? No, actually, the rate of phenomena-related cases has taken a steep decline, so we have been reducing the redactor efforts as of late. I see, that your efforts are paying dividends then. Pardon? Rumors are circulating. People tell of the staff for investigations now, able to use their skill to catch criminals in an instant. I think it's acting as a deterrent, that's why cases are dropping. You think? There are, of course, those who speak ill of people who work at the bureau, but you got some people rooting for you too. Well, that's a reason to give thanks. Well, we're keeping you busy for far too long. From here on out, we'll rely on our own strength to pull through, so don't you worry about us. Indeed, well, I wish nothing but success for the opening of your theater. Shall we ask for Miss Geller's opinion on the new name of the circus? Oh, that's quite a good idea. You can really do that. Detective, is it possible for you to meet with Miss Geller? We can, since the detective here has presently taken charge of that business, he's able to involve himself in such things, within reason. Then please do it for a favor to us. You have no means of getting in touch with her. But of course, there will be no way for an outsider to get in contact with Julia Geller, since she's involved in the project. Wait just a second. I have a letter that I wrote before. Could you pass it along with Julia as well? Note? Should be fine, though. You probably won't be able to get a reply. Thank you. Give me 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Wait here. Wait up. Just grab mine. On merely mentioning Julia Garrett, the cold as Marvel thaw, he must thought they were deliberately avoiding the topic. If the new theater does well enough, maybe even Julia Garrett will have a place to return to. That would be nice for her. The brand seems like we're getting rather famous, though. Indeed, from the famous Wood case and all the social ramifications that came with it, to the increase in arrests since your arrival, I guess that's just sort of a given. Bureaucracy is a good thing at the very least. Seems like information regarding your skill and the detective skill may get out into the open, though. From now on, even when we do uncover who the culprit is, we got to stop info about your skill from leaking. That's certainly a possibility. I'll pass that along to Thina. He's all the fruits of our hard labor over a very long time, so we should be happy with this. So why think of the negative side effects first? He's filling a lot of holes in his game since arriving. He's become a proper sergeant. But because of that, I'm quite nervous. Oof. Detective Thina, any problems on your end? No, I interrogate the teacher like you asked, but she says she'd rather die than give up her accomplice. What should I do? Does it sound like she's afraid of his accomplice? No, it feels more like she wants to remain loyal to whoever she is. Then use those shoes from before and interrogate some of the students. You think a student might have been her accomplice? Wait, more importantly, what this is about shoes? That's for you to figure out. After all, you got to get used to working solo from now on. Full Sergeant Mullen asked this day. All of the cutesy energy is gone. I was never cutesy. Yeah, I guess you got me there. Well then, see you at dinner. So? Sorry, I only heard the last part. Could you say that again? So? I guess I heard correctly the first time. Would you mind giving me a subject you like my thoughts on? Those two before, anything stand out? Just that they seem better off than I imagined. And I'm glad for them. I knew before it's never stopped surprising me just how much you keep in touch with those involved in our cases. Probably quite the chore. Well, as you very well know, it's more like a hobby to me. Come to think of it, there are two other stops I'd like to make. Are we going to see others from the case past? We are. I just want to stop by and say hi before we leave the area. They're probably you know, so I appreciate if you will join me. Alright, no skin off my back. Thank you, so, the place we'll get to first is... the creature facility, I guess. Well, let's check the creatures. I can't hide, I can't... Okay. Yeah, I can't remember the words. No, I want to call... Wow, she's singing. It's been a while. I see it's both of you today. Hey, I'm not really familiar with the song, but I'm quite the Beatles fan. Who isn't? And for your information, the part you forgot before was... Stop. You should know from what you saw. I'd like us all to pretend that the last 20 seconds never happened. Is there some other business that brings you today? I told you I didn't need your help anymore. That's good to hear. Lisa Moko, the handler of the creatures and person dragged into the murder investigation after being used by the criminals to commit the crime during the Woods case. Miss Moko, I see you have continued your work here at Woods. Yes, as unfortunate as that may be, I haven't found a new job yet. That's why the last time I stopped by, I connected you with a number of companies I knew. Did none of them work out? Those places, we failed to reach an agreement regarding working hours. After all, I have to be here once a day to manage this place. If I were unable to make it back, all the creatures here would die. After all, the president, the vice president, even the other despicable humans are all gone. It seems as though the investors who brought this place had no intention of actually running it himself, so I got no other alternatives. It's alright, I could always... No, this is not your job, detective. Indeed. Regarding this job, it's not simple that I could leave it in the hands of someone so untrained. I just hope that the man sells these creatures quickly. I had no idea Lisa Moko will be the one to take charge of this place. After all, Woods is the origin of the controversy surrounding the creature issue. I imagine she wants to distance herself from this place, just as quick as can be. I know the thought is slightly rude, but it's rather surprising. That's rather surprising. I figured you'd be out of here without hesitation the second you could be. Pardon? I mean, yes, I surprised myself as well. This piece, I never thought the fate was any of my concern. In the end, though, I spend more time with these animals than with my own mother, so it seems like I formed a hateful sort of affection for them. Or perhaps I just want to relieve some of the guilt I've been feeling. Guilt? Are you sure you can be of some help? Pardon, if you are only take back what you said, I spread the word about these creatures to some companies that might be interested in buying them. Well then, I take it back. Actually, please, I could use the help. Indeed. Send some letters off tomorrow. Oh, the lack of responsibility I saw during the case had disappeared. That's why I brought note in the first place, but what could have caused such a drastic change in her? Yeah. Thank you for coming to see me, Smoko. Why exactly did you call me in here by myself? They ruled that I was innocent for this. I had no idea about any of it. That goes for the crime Host committed and what's going on in the basement. Yes, I'm quite aware. Of course I am. That's why I wanted to meet with you. Pardon? Miss Moko, I have a favor to ask. I have a few reporter friends and I would like you to make a statement to them just as I have written it right here. This is... It doesn't much. It merely says that the underground experiments were strictly a good thing brought on by poor Dogma. That our bureau employees brought the corpses to light of day. Something like that. I told you before, I knew nothing about what was going on in the basement. I couldn't have known whether it was Dogma or whatever drove those atrocities. Of course you know nothing. That's why I was kind enough to bring you a script, no? So you're asking me to put in a good word about the bureau? Oh, I really don't think I need you to repeat myself. My boss, but I don't want to further involve myself with this. I have no reason for cooperating with you. Do you really believe that? Pardon? You say you're innocent, but I do believe it was on your orders that the creatures went for the victim. But that hoax tricks me. Yes, you hid the truth from my detectives. Boss, we're supposed to just take you at your word that you knew nothing of the basement? No, it's the God's honest truth. Of course I believe you. However, what do you think the innocent civilians who are going to get dragged into this case will feel? I'm sure that you already know quite a lot about your sin, so even if you claim you're innocent, you think you'll take this as the truth? Isn't it better to conscientious objector than one defamed by false accusations? Does Miss Moko, I only have one favor to ask. I have a few reporter friends. I would like you to make a statement to them, just as I have written it here. You said that exact same thing only a moment ago. Do you think I have forgotten? It's alright. The answer will be different this time. If I do as you say, what will you do for me? Miss Moko, I love people like you who have zero moral code. People like you are cheap. At the time, I turned him down. Would the case surrounding the president have just gone away? If so, then my little guy might not have been put down. And maybe I'd be able to forget about this place and start over. I can't believe he's helping me with employment and now creature buying. But this guy Brian helping even? I don't get it. Seriously, I'm surrounded by people I just don't understand. Still, with his help, I'll be good at this place. Really goodbye. Hey Anderson, I told you to stop coming out of your cage whenever you want. Hey, stop following me around like this. I should stay back. Because of me, you're going to be sold somewhere and you'll never know a life of peace. They're always going to judge you. Just like me, just like the staffers. Hey, I said stop following me. I'm serious. Do you never do what you're told? You're a lot like your previous master, aren't you? The case that the resident left a lasting impression on me. Sorry about that back then. No, I don't mean it. It was particularly bad impression. Actually, I would like to thank you. I don't remember anything deserving of thanks, but I'm glad you feel that way. But why are you here exactly? I moved out and someone else lives here now. I didn't bring you here today to go inside. Ladies and gentlemen, pursue my wares. Personal and goods that will make your deepest wishes come true. As expected here once more today. I see we have no buyers interested in power overwhelming. Willie Montage. He's the man who provided us with information during our case with the Miller resident. We did catch him in the act of theft, but the way of the deceased took it easy on him, so he avoided prosecution. Been a while. Finally, a man attracted to the sort of... what are you two doing here? Mr. Montag, what would you like to ask you about? What exactly are you going on here? That's a small job I do on the side. As you can see, I'm here on business. It doesn't look like much business from where I'm standing. Montag has been selling his collection of these spots every week. I have ever since the incident can't even stand looking at stuff. Thus I've been selling the pieces in my collection on the side. As you both know, my pieces are all rated unarmed. This is far from illegal. But we'll sell them at the spots particular. Hasn't the new owner of this place had anything to say on the matter? The buyer went back to the deal. I'm not sure if rumors of the stuff Peter had are spreading, but quite a number of people interested in stuff have been dropping by to have a look. It's been quite a long time since the old shed was demolished and the new one built, and no one believes it. Thus I'm here selling my collection to the people coming to get a look. After all, tourists are more apt to open to their wallets. I want to make some money like this, and after that I'm going to buy this house. You want to buy this place, Mr. Montag? Peter was a friend, but I did a thing I shouldn't have. I can't stop thinking about that. I want to apologize, even if it's too late for Peter, and his wife is long gone. At this rate, the house is going to be demolished to make room for a new one. But I can't let that happen in the end. I have too far little shame. Perhaps one day Peter's wife were to come back, I'd like the house to remain intact for her. I understand the sentiment, Mr. Montag. But aren't you quite poor? You got me there, but not the extent that it makes the purchase completely out of the question. After all, my collection are quite fetch high prices when you might think, and this house is losing value every time I visit. Recently, I heard a rumor of strange people lurking about, so I think it's going to become even more affordable. Strange people? Indeed, I heard of people wearing strange clothes, saying rather strange things. And those rumors? Well, don't you think they might be about you? Don't you think the rumors might be about you? Pardon? Then do you think if I do even weirder thing, the prices of the house will fall lower? This is shift in his line of thinking. I'm not sure if there are going to be legal ramifications. Pardon? See, I have a customer. Would you, if you wouldn't mind? And now there, as you can see, a man after a great deal of might. What can I help you with? You're an absolute tosser. The stuff you sold me is so a heap of scrap. Don't be absurd, my good man. It must be a This doll you said will respond to any question in a flash, but it's just spotting gibberish. Basically, where I might find some buried gold and it named off some area that doesn't exist. That's what happens when you ask the doll something that it hasn't been properly trained in. What's supposed to mean? Speak a total nonsense. But after hearing such nonsense, did you not find yourself motivated to get out there? No, impossible simply isn't a word in your vocabulary. Report. That's it. I will report you to the authorities. My most sincere apology. Perhaps this might interest you instead? It's a cloak that makes you completely invisible. Let's have a look at it. I think he will find himself in jail faster than he finds himself at the house, don't you think? I just have the same thought. Let's head back. Thank you for accompanying me on this. Is there no one else you'd like to visit? Indeed, the only people I keep regular tabs on are the ones you just met. That's a lie. Do you believe so? People call on the phone for your help almost every day, but the people today were acting as if they hadn't seen you for a while. On top of that, those were all the people involved in cases I have worked. Specifically, they were all involved in cases that our previous sergeant tried to meddle in. Remarkable. And here I was thinking I'd pull the wool over your eyes for at least a few moments. Feel like I did nothing of the sort. So, your thoughts? What's all of this about? What answers are you expecting exactly? Vernon Aston are starting up a new circle. Moku is beginning to take responsibility, and Montag is still far too immature. But he decides to atone for his sin in his own peculiar way. Certain Redfin believe that those people would be unable to accept the truth regarding their individual cases. Yet in each case, they're trying to move past this, just as you said. I just want to hear that you realize that. I see. Thank you. It does make me feel a little better. That's a lie. And what are you basing it on? Just a feeling. Not a bit of logic holding it up, so I can't really refute it. So which part it rubs you the wrong way? I don't believe your line of thinking to be wrong. In the end, it may be just a matter of dumb luck, but if I had hidden the truth back then, those people wouldn't exist right now. Just like I changed during my time here, they have changed as well. In that sense, I may have made the correct choice regarding those people we met today. But that only goes for the version of them we met today. We are here, thanks for the ride. You're really looking out for the thing as well, so I couldn't let you drive on top of that, I really nothing. I'll drive tomorrow. No, it's quite alright, I've already been decided that Tina's doing the driving. That's right. Then I've been headed underground for something I got to see, dude. I may be a bit late, so all heads to the restaurant first. Indeed, we'll be waiting for you there. Oh, we're gonna go meet Doug. Dog? Dog? Oh, Elroy. Well, then are you ready? Oh, it's on his way. Yes, 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here. Mr. Rose, state the password quickly. Venice. Yes, that is correct. The skill user does not count towards your 1 every 15-day limit. Yeah. These moons are always so nerve-wracking. Time difference in predicted arrival was negative 2 seconds. This time is took between arrival and password transmission was 4 seconds. As expected, the window of error for under 12 hours is minimal. We have to try for longer next time. Let's leave that to me. Well, good work on this one. Anything crazy happening in the future 12 hours? You expected a change in a measly 12 hour? I mean, it's as healthy as ever. However, I never tried to hone my skill to the second mark before, so it's been quite nerve-wracking, as you said. So what's the point of honing accuracy like this? Well, Earl's skill, if honed, can be used to prevent a number of accidents. However, this facility limited the use of his skill to once every 15 days. However, when we use his skill for public interest, we can give Elroy a code. The password corresponds to the time he's to come back to. A password like the word Venice he said before? Venice is the password for 5:30 PM of this very day. I got all the passwords written in this file. Yeah, this method requires the person who gives Elroy his password to memorize one password for every minute of the day, which is 1,440 passwords per day. We can't be having errors in this system, though. How many of those other eccentric people do we have like you who are capable of such a feat? I initially had one password every 30 seconds, but the cabinet secretary insisted to be one per minute. Then you concerned by the possibility that Errol may exploit the system to overuse his skill? I mean, if this is the system that man wants set up, even if it takes some time, it can stop some rather dire situation from happening. That's right. That goes for Project Tetrapod as well. We have to design this system so that they follow the will of the cabinet secretary, allowing none other to get involved. As expected, if it's ever going to be possible to finish this job, I'm going to need more people. What now? Source! Where's, of course. Mr. O, what were you traveling back from? 10 days in the future, I came back as far as I could travel. Unfortunately, Source is departed for 2 minutes from now. That's unfortunate. You're heavily banned from using your skill for the next 15 days. And since you were off by 2 minutes, please note that if you were to repeat the password in the next 2 minutes, it will be invalid. So if you were to make a mistake, I know. I am the one who made a mistake, so why is it you guys who look so down in the dumps? I know you're going on, so don't you worry, bro. Right. 10 days, that's a big jump in timing. Don't you think you're rushing this? No, it's better than failing due to lack of commitment. Mr. Rebel saying that nothing happened means that there were no dangerous incidents in the listed 10 of the 15 days he's unable to use his skill. I see. If you were to turn back time for 5 days, fail, and something were to happen during one of the 10 days, he was unable to use his skill, he wouldn't be able to come back at all. No, actually, Morlo Elroy will be able to come back, but then the neurotoxin will kill him, where he stood, I see. Right. However, our 5-day gap is a threat to us. I'm going to have to ask for a reduction in his usage limit for once every 10 days. I'll pass that up to the top. It's time for you to head along. This experiment too is all to decrease the dangers of what we are about to embark on, isn't it? It is, and I must be going. I know, you don't need to glare like that. I know what I'm doing. I'm just using Mr. Elo like a tool. Just like a tool, one you use, not caring whether it breaks or not. One that can die to the narrator with zero repercussions. I know what's going on. That's why Mr. Elro always say. It's no lie either. That takes some burden of guilt off me. However, it doesn't change the meaning behind my actions. It's always been like this. And it continues with what I was about to embark on. What I'm sure. Ah. Dude. Mr. Inspector, nice to see you. Dude, have you been a good boy? Yes, I just read a book that was thick. Here, look at the drawings I made. Oh, look at this. It's a 3 and this cake was delicious. And I envy you. But the book wasn't all that interesting, even though it was written by my favorite author. Back to talking about books. I guess I will eventually get used to his meaningless banter. Of course, the book wasn't interesting. Any violent or titillating content would have been censored out of it. These stories you tell are much more interesting. What about the case did you solve today? Alright then, the story I have to tell you today is about a theft. Come on, a theft again? Murder mystery is so much more fun. Duke? Ah, what did I tell you last time? Murders are a thing that shouldn't be happening in real life. Yes, and people killing people is something we should be sad about. After all, we would be unable to meet those people again for the rest of our natural lives. When I die, it'll be off to land in the sky for me. Then you won't be able to see me until it's your time to be off to heaven. I don't want that, right? That's why we should hope that murders don't actually occur. That's why talking about or even recalling murder isn't a thing we should be doing. Not ever. Murder is only a thing for the imagination of evil people. It's something that doesn't and shouldn't happen in the real world. Right, I'm sorry. It's fine. From now on, just be a good kid. You keep working on that. I laughed. This kid who's done nothing wrong is told to work harder at repressing his thoughts. And then he laughs about it. And here I am, relieving to hear that laugh. As if the kid is in front of me is some sort of an unimaginable time bomb. Besides, today's case was no ordinary theft. Wow, the royal jewel passed down from generation to generation were stolen. Well, did you get them back? Well, what do you think happened? This is my daily routine. I got to talk about events that never happened and place myself into the hero role in those stories. I get to create these lessons and teach them as if they were the truth. I'll do this boy who I helped locked away. Back then I said I'd move towards the truth, but now I'm one depending on a pack of lies. Now, even if the person who's standing within arm's reach, I could do nothing but admit I was wrong. Every time I come down here, I fully and completely understand why the sergeant made her choice. Now in this world, lies are the answer. Alright, that should do it for the preparations. The esteemed detective has returned. Welcome back. From the look of her, it seems like she wrapped up her case alright. No, I really do believe that my talents are just late to show themselves. All this time, I just been a lump of protein shifting around in a cocoon. However, right when the student I suspect started talking about the plaster bust, it came to me there was wet powder in the victim's shoes. That's all based on the advice note gave her earlier. There's only one truth and nothing but the truth. Have you packed your things? Indeed, I'm ready to set off. I see. Well, don't you be worrying about us. The gray matter in my brain is all begun to awaken. Seeing you so confident like this does make me feel relieved. My concerns instead rest with... Note? Indeed, it seems rather fidgety of late. I worry he's going to burn himself out. I tried my best to put his mind at ease, but I don't think it's enough. It's too big of a job for me. Of course it is. There's only one person who can give advice to someone as insanely stubborn as Note. I'm also aware, but said person. Knock knock, excuse me. Freya, what are you doing here? Dear me. Must be so cold. We're all in the same boat as colleagues once more, are we? You're right. We've been on the same boat this whole time. I'm the only one who has been ignoring the fact for 2 years now. No need to go that far. I even brought you a gift. A gift? Information on Pandora Redfins. I'll have you know, it was hard to hold on. How are we supposed to know she's run down a path our skills couldn't track her though? In the end, it was just legwork that managed to turn up a clue. Your previous sergeant got on a boat headed to Charleston Harbor. Though that was 20 days ago then. Even though there's a big enough city that way, the bureau presence there is rather lacking, so it's going to take some time to track her down. In the end, there's nothing better than some good old-fashioned bureau boots on the ground. Huh? What's wrong? What do you think? Will it be okay to pass this on to Note? If Note were to meet up with Pandy, we don't need to repeat of what already happened. There's no way it's going to hide this from him. You're right. What is it? Was there something between the case and Redfins? No, don't tell me. Are you serious? Whoa. Unlike what appears good suggest, he's a pro. Alright, that must be why he asked me to look for the passage back to North America, huh? What was that? He's asked me for a favor. He said there was a good chance that the old sergeant was going to make her escape to somewhere of significance. He said she would look in New Mexico, so that's his home state. Not say that. He said if we were to find her, that we should refrain from violence, but he doesn't actually think we'll be able to track her down. What a jerk. Are we worrying about this too much? In the end, our new sergeant is never one to act out of moderation. All done? Chief, where are you waiting for me? Since you hadn't arrived yet, Tina and Brian were just sitting there, staring at the food in front of them. I was about to starve alongside them, so I figured I'd come escort you there myself. I see, then we should be off. This works with Doug. Are you going to keep it going? I told you before, there are many people besides you qualified for the job. Anytime you want to stop, still, the cabinet secretary assigned the job to me. Then perhaps they're trying to crack my moral call with it. As I lied to the kid I locked up in the first place, I'm supposed to realize my own complacency in all of this. It's like he's saying, if you like the truth so much, go ahead and tell Doug a single time. After all, my tendency to pursue the truth, start to finish, can only be viewed as a threat by the man. I don't really understand, but if you know all of this, why continue? I could probably stop meeting Doug face to face like that, at least until I get my thoughts in order. I could put off meeting up with old Sergeant. Even with my eyes closed, I could still get where I needed to go if my feet would carry me. Yet I can't change my path. I can't change who I am. Thus, I have no reason to continue on any further. But this is no problem that can be solved by you alone making a change. That's why we must change the world itself. But if we were to do that, we'd be playing right into the cabinet secretary's hand, and that's rather upsetting in its own right. Seriously, I wish you wouldn't blow things out of proportion like that. After all, I'm rather small piece on this world. Yet you're the best chief I have known. Considering who you have to compare me to, excuse me if I don't jump of joy. Let's just go eat. Let's. What's on the menu? Curry pie and chocolate braised eggplant. Dear God, why? Because of a certain person agreed with wanting to eat something besides chips and Indian. I was joking, you know? They took you out of your word, Sergeant. That's all for my report. And Caucasus Brian? He just left for the airport. I see. I hope he's able to find what he's looking for. It won't be easy alone. Sending a larger dispatch would have drawn too many eyes, and they have limited mobility. It'll be far more effective to leave this in the hands of one man with a lack of investigation, such as Brian. We're going to need more materials to find the project. After all, Notrix's abilities as a David are strictly limited to computation. He has no ability to gather new information for himself. For that role, we're going to need a new David. You hear me? Don't you get yourself caught up in all this strange happiness over nothing. Your job is to find that person. You think me that untrustworthy? Brian, if you're in line at that airport and a lost someone comes up to you and asks for help, what are you going to do? Help them, of course. See, look, couldn't you have at least lied to me? But the person may have an important event on their itinerary and they can't afford to miss. You got to stifle all that. Is that really how you want to begin this new adventure of yours? Besides, you got to find this David or whatever, then rush back to help. I understand. Did you consider it a promise then? David is a superhuman that isn't a staffer. Out of all the things I have realized after coming here, one of the most prominent is that the world as we know it is much more of a wreck than people would like to think. I'm sure of something else. That's not just because of phenomena. Even without the staffers, there's a discrimination in this world. And without skills, we still have ways and ways of unhappy people. Even if the phenomena were to disappear, the world will still be a messy and irrational. However, as long as phenomena and the Noahs exist, I have no choice but to continue spotting lies, and I can face the sergeant. If all of this is because the world has been turned on its head. If I'm going to reach my hand out to her, I'll need to change the world in at least one way. So, will you just wait a little longer? Wait until I get rid of mana. I'm not stopping. I just need the slightest bit of time to prepare. I will be faster than anyone else. And I will come to you. Okay, now it's the end. And it's 4 AM. So it's a good moment to stop. Well, it was a slow night. It was a fun night though. And I thank you everyone for coming. Let me go to the house. I don't think that I got like a lot of people on my on Twitch. So let me see. Yeah, not a lot of people. It's time for me to just leave. Well, guys, thank you for coming. Have a good night. And I will have prepared the thing I want to do. Probably, I will try. I will try to see if I can prepare. Mr. Little Miss HR is going to be talking. HR, say goodbye. Goodbye. She doesn't say it yet. I'm gonna do it at some point. Anyway, see you later, guys.